Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku was the member of Uchiha clan movie. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is the Forgotten Clan Izuku Uchiha by TheHinokami. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. 3rd Pav. 1 Toshinori Yagi and his wife Inko Yagi were both heroes of Japan. Toshinori had returned from America after becoming the #1 hero in America for a few years. He desired to return to his homeland and start his hunt for the man that had killed his master. The woman he saw as a mother figure, the person that entrusted him with his quirk when he was quirkless. As he returned to Japan, he spent a few years being a hero before he quickly raised in the ranks to the #1 hero spot in Japan. This was due to how he was already popular in the country due to his influence across the world, but how warm and welcoming he was to everyone. As he was spending his time with his sidekick Sir Nightai and Gran Torino doing their hunt for the world's oldest evil, Toshinori ran into a young woman one day while he was walking towards the office. This lady was Inko Midoriya, who was a recently widowed woman. They were both in their early 30s and had a long life ahead of them, but Inko's husband had been killed in a villain attack. For some reason, Toshinori felt a connection to Inko Midoriya and wanted to get to know her more. Toshinori had knocked things out of her hands when he was heading towards his office, and he decided to help her gather them all up since he was part of the reason they fell. He offered to make it up to her by taking her for a coffee since a few papers got wet due to some water on the ground. He didn't know why he was doing this since he didn't plan to date anyone due to his mission as the 8th user of One for All. However, that one meetup at a coffee shop had turned into a full-blown relationship. They had both soon learned that they were both pro-heroes. Toshinori was the recently returned All Might and Inko was the rising star Telic, who was currently at rank 20. All Might was more comfortable with dating another hero who could defend herself from enemies. As such, the relationship kept moving forward. 2 years later they had gotten married and bought a home together near All Might's agency. After another few years later, they now had settled down in a lovely home, and the public knew about All Might and Telic being married but still didn't know about their personal life. Near the 2-year mark after getting married, they found out that they were expecting a child. They were told that it would be a boy and how far along Inko was. The Yagis were happy that they now had a child coming along, but also were concerned about the child's safety. They knew they would need to be careful and keep him disconnected from their hero work, since if villains found out about their child they would go after him. As such, they made some plans and decided to keep their hero work a secret from the child and ensure they didn't find out about it until later in their life so the child wouldn't spread the news accidentally. However, they didn't realize how horrible this plan would turn out for them in the future. As time passed, their son was born and they decided to name him Izuku Yagi. They were so happy but a bit confused since he had black hair and black eyes. "Doctor, why does he have black hair and black eyes? Neither of us has those," Inko asked, confused. The doctor was also confused. "Well, if you are concerned it's not your child, then don't worry. It's 100% both of yours. The thing is, we don't know for 100% since genetics is a weird thing still, but we are sure it's just a gene he inherited from an ancestor in your family lines. As such, that is all we have for you, and your guest will be allowed in soon," the doctor stated. The Yagis accepted this and didn't push it anymore since they thought it was just genetics as well. Soon their family and friends arrived to see the child. Aizawa Shota, who was the biological brother of Inko, came. Gran Torino, Sir Nightai, the detective, Nezu, and Recovery Girl all came to see the new Yagi member. They questioned the black hair and black eyes and were told about the genetics, which made sense due to Aizawa being black hair and black eyes and he was the biological brother of Inko. 27. Simba, Aizawa stated as he held up Izuku like the scene in Lion King. Everyone but Nezu was confused since he watched the old shows from decades ago as Aizawa had. "Give me my child back," Inko said, confused at her brother. Soon the Yagis were released and allowed to return to their homes. They had set up a room for Izuku and placed him down since he had already fallen asleep on their way home. As the Yagis went to sleep that night, they were unaware of the significance of that day as many things were set into motion. They didn't know that the choices they would soon make in the coming years would result in so much pain for their child. They didn't know that their child's heart would grow cold towards ideals like family and love. That they would be the trigger that would create one of the world's strongest heroes and more fearsome heroes to ever walk the planet. They would become this trigger due to how they treated Izuku Yagi after his 4th birthday when they received devastating news and decided to overreact towards it. 32 The birth of the world's most fearsome hero happened that day and no one would realize it. Many people would come to regret their actions, but will it be too late, or will the cold hardened heart open once more to the ideas of family and love? This was the birth of Izuku Yagi, who would later go on and be known as Izuku Uchiha, the shinobi hero. 3rd Pav. It was early in the morning and the sun was starting to peek over the horizon as it was now time to wake up and go to school. Izuku had just recently turned the age of 4. Izuku loved his parents even though one was constantly gone most of the time. Each parent told Izuku that they worked in business and that they would travel for long times around the country or the world for the business. As such, only one parent was typically home in the mornings, but they would both be gone during the day since the other parent would work locally until they swapped out. Izuku knew his parents worked hard since they would often return home tired and exhausted. As such, he always did his best to help his parents when he could by learning how to clean the house and do other chores. Izuku was sad that both of his parents weren't always there for the holidays or his birthday, but he still loved them because they loved him back. Right? As the days went by, Izuku had passed the age of 4 and his quirk still hasn't come in. As such, when Izuku woke up this early morning, he found his mother preparing them for a doctor's appointment instead of going directly to school today. Izuku was happy that they were going to the doctor's office to learn about his quirk. He wondered if it was a mix of his parents', which was a telekinetic quirk, and a strength-boosting quirk. Little Izuku didn't know that his parents were heroes and only assumed they had weaker quirks since they only showed off weak quirks at home. 6. The two Yagis soon finished preparing in the morning and were now driving towards the doctor's office. Izuku was watching as everything passed by the window. He was watching as the people were walking down the street and he was wondering what cool quirk would he get. Unfortunately for Izuku, the world was about to turn on the young boy and he didn't even realize it. As they got out of the car, they entered the hospital and filled out the forms and now sat there waiting to be called back by the doctor. 2. After about 30 minutes of waiting in the lounge, the nurse walked over and called for them. The nurse then escorted them back to a room near the end of a hallway and placed them inside of a room. The doctor soon came into the room about 3 minutes later and sat down. "Hello, Mrs. Yagi. I'm here to talk to you about your son's results we had done earlier," the doctor said while sitting down and looking at her and Izuku. 150. Mrs. Yagi. I'm afraid to tell you that your son will not get a quirk. Based on his foot X-ray, he has the double toe joint, which is only found in quirkless people. The doctor stated as he placed an X-ray onto the screen near them and turned it on. He then started to explain how that as humans evolved for their bodies to have quirks, that the body started to get rid of things they deemed unnecessary anymore. One thing was the double toe joint. This double toe joint means that he has no real chance at developing a quirk. There are rare cases due to trauma or other things, but by himself, he will not develop a quirk, the doctor stated. 5. Izuku just dropped his All Might action figure and looked up at his mother. He asked in a low tone if he could be a hero, and the doctor just told Izuku to give it up and that it was impossible. Inko just grabbed the toy with her quirk a few times like she normally acts with her quirk in front of others, and then thanked the doctor and lifted Izuku out of the chair and walked out. The ride home was silent. Izuku wasn't talking since he didn't know what to do now since he didn't have a quirk. He still wanted to be a hero no matter what though, but he didn't know how to go about it. Inko was just thinking and had an idea on why Izuku turned quirkless, since her husband was naturally quirkless and OFA doesn't pass down through the genes. As they arrived home, they found Izuku's father there waiting for them. He had come home because he wanted to hear the results and figure out a plan for training Izuku's quirk whenever they found it out. Toshinori saw the sad look on Izuku's face and thought maybe it was a weaker quirk. However, he was wrong. Izuku just walked up to his room and closed the door behind him. Toshinori looked at Inko and asked her what was wrong. She then started to explain how the morning went and then the drive to the doctor's office. Everything went fine until the doctor came back with the results. "Dear, the doctor has said that Izuku is quirkless and has the double toe joint in his body. He won't ever receive a quirk," Inko said with some tears down her eyes. She knew that her son wanted to be a hero and now he couldn't be since he didn't have a quirk. Toshinori was just shocked at the news. He really was hoping Izuku would get a quirk so he would have an easier life. He remembered how he would be teased all the time for not having a quirk, but life wasn't hell, so he was able to make it through. He is going to be teased a lot like I was in my childhood, but he can make it through. He is a strong boy, Toshinori stated as he hugged Inko and helped her calm down from the crying. However, neither of them had realized that crime rates against the quirkless population have increased since Toshinori's childhood. Society's views of them have also become far more worse, and the treatment that he received pales in comparison to the treatment that Izuku would soon start receiving as he starts to grow older. Soon the parents cooked dinner and Izuku came down to eat it, but not much was said at the dinner table. Izuku was hoping his parents would give him words of encouragement or something, while the parents thought Izuku needed some space to adjust to the information. As dinner came to an end, Izuku got onto the computer and watched the video of All Might's debut. The video just kept repeating as Inko walked into the room. Izuku was crying and he turned around to her and asked her the question. "Mom, can I be a hero too?" he asked as tears came down his face. All she could do was cry and hug him and apologize to him. Izuku's heart hurt at that moment since that wasn't what he wanted to hear. Not at all, but he still held hope for his life since the Kachan and his parents would still be there for him. Right, wrong on so many levels. For that was the day that Izuku started to learn the truth that men are not born equal. As Izuku returned to school the next day, his best friend Kachan learned the truth that he didn't have a quirk like everyone else. This didn't go over very well. Bakugo just yelled at him for breaking their promise of being heroes together and stormed off. Others just laughed at him. This type of treatment would keep going for a few months before it started to change. Izuku still wanted to be a hero and he made this known to everyone. He refused to let his quirkless body stop him from saving people. As such, he kept pushing forward on how he thought a hero should act. One day everything changed for the worst because Izuku saw that Bakugo had started to get a bit aggressive with other kids in the park. One day Izuku got in front of him and tried to stop him. "Stop, Kachan. That isn't nice," Izuku yelled out. Bakugo didn't like this. He didn't like it one bit. As such, the target changed from the other kids to Izuku himself. Bakugo and his little followers started to pick on and push Izuku around instead. They threw rocks at him and Bakugo set off miniature pops with his quirk since his quirk was still new. This only caused small burns on his skin that would easily heal. After about 5 minutes of picking on Izuku since he had gotten in the way, they stopped and went away. Izuku just laid there on the ground in pain across his body since they kept going for 5 entire minutes. 5 minutes of them kicking him and using their quirks. 5 minutes of them throwing rocks and saying mean things at Izuku. Soon he pulled himself up and made his way home. He soon arrived home and found it was empty like it was starting to be more often. Izuku just brushed it off of his mind and got the medical kit from the bathroom and patched his small cuts up with bandages. After he finished that, he started on his homework for school. It was several hours later when night had already set that his parents returned home. They called him for dinner and saw the bandages but didn't make a comment about it. They just thought he played broad at school or the park with other kids. Oh, how wrong they were. These bandages were the early signs of Izuku's future and they just ignored it. Soon they finished eating dinner and they told Izuku to go back to his room since they were going to go to bed early since they were tired. Izuku wanted to bring up what happened at the park, but his parents just told him that they would talk about what he wanted to discuss the next day. This discussion that he wanted to have each day would keep getting pushed off for several more days until Izuku just stopped trying to bring it up. Izuku was hurt that his parents wouldn't listen when he attempted to bring it up. You could find Izuku in his room surrounded by all of the All Might merchandise and crying. It has only been half a year since he was told he was quirkless and he felt like his parents had started to change. It seemed like they were less willing to hear him out, though the truth was that they were just tired and didn't think of what they were doing to their son. However, in Izuku's mind, they were starting to act similar to how Bakugo was pushing away from him. The only thing they lacked was the physical aspect. Are they not going to love me like they used to anymore? Thought Izuku as he did some research online about quirkless people and he didn't like what he found. The information was grim and talked about how parents would stop caring for their children and or throw them out on the streets. It talked about how the children should learn how to take care of themselves as soon as possible to avoid problems when their parents didn't help them anymore. As such, Izuku with these thoughts in his head started to move towards this attitude of preparing for his parents to forget about him. He still held out hope. He would say that they were just tired from work. That they weren't forgetting about him. That they still loved him. However, the darker thoughts in Izuku's mind would grow with each day due to the information he read online. Izuku would start offering to do other chores in hope that his parents would pay more attention to him. He would also start doing small workouts to keep himself fit so he could last longer when he was doing the chores and when he needed to run away from his friends when they got mean. As such, Izuku did anything he could as he was growing up to impress his parents on how well he was doing. However, this didn't seem to matter to them. Izuku was noticing that the older he got, the more they were away. The more that their business trips got longer and they didn't need to be around. Izuku felt something in him start to grow cold about this. 3. Izuku was now at the age of 10. His birthdays were only him now. His holidays were only for him as well. He would get cards from his parents that wished him good holidays. Izuku felt colder inside himself as the years passed. His parents were hardly at home anymore and would call once or twice every few weeks to check in on him and see if he needs anything. They left him a bank card for him to make any purchases that he needed to. This was for food, clothing, toys, supplies for the house. Izuku just felt it ironic that they expected a 10-year-old to know how to survive and pay the bills and everything by himself. Izuku had realized that after one trip they didn't set the bills to be automatically paid and he almost lost water once. Izuku then set them all up to be paid off the card so he wouldn't have to worry unless his parents cut him off. Izuku was currently sitting in the living room working on his most recent burns and cuts. The bullying and beatings from his classmates had gotten worse as time passed. Bakugo's explosions only got stronger and he would use them to burn Izuku's clothing and skin when Izuku somehow annoyed him. The others would use their quirks as well to harm him. Some had quirks that didn't do much, but others had quirks that made their nails longer and allowed them to cut into his skin. It hurt a lot to have to deal with the burns and cuts. Izuku also learned some valuable lessons like not to apply cold or ice-cold water to burns. That lesson really hurt that day for Izuku. He did more medical research and learned how to take care of his wounds and got very good at it. Izuku would think that his skills would rival that of nurses from a hospital. 13. After taking care of his wounds from that day of school, Izuku got ready to make his dinner. The wounds were worse than normal since it was the last day of elementary school before they headed to middle school. As such, the bullies and Bakugo wanted to leave him with some gifts. As he was making his dinner, he realized that his parents haven't contacted him in roughly 4 weeks. This meant that they had missed 2 phone calls where they would see if he was still alive and kicking. What if I was kidnapped? It would be weeks before you would figure it out and report me missing, thought Izuku. Izuku wished he knew how to get in contact with his only other relative that he knew of, but he didn't know how to. He only knew their first name was Shota but not the family name since his mother had remarried and took the Yagi name. Izuku would remember how his uncle Shota would come around when his parents were around more often and play with him and make him laugh. He stopped coming once his parents had started to leave for longer trips. He wondered if his uncle hated him. However, this wasn't a question that Izuku could get an answer to since his parents were never around to answer it. 2. After he finished making dinner he sat down to eat. Izuku knew that middle school was coming up and didn't want it to. He knew that people would get rougher and crueler as they got older since they could get away with more things. The teachers never stopped them from calling him Deku and they even joined in on it. He hated that name so much. Whenever Izuku thought about his life his eyes would burn a bit. Izuku always thought it was weird and just left it alone since he needed a guardian to get checked out at a hospital. 11. Izuku soon finished eating his dinner. He sat there and looked around the room. He noticed that there wasn't a single picture of him in any of the family photos. I wonder if they never wanted a child and I was just an accident that they're getting rid of? Izuku thought. Lately, Izuku was starting to come to the idea that his parents truly had abandoned him and forgotten about him. Some of the kids knew that Izuku's parents traveled a lot and they would make jokes that they travel so much to stay away from their quirkless child. It hurt far more than Izuku would like to admit. Izuku always held out hope, but that hope was coming to an end with each passing day. He didn't want to believe his parents were like that because he could remember those very rare days that they would arrive home and talk to him with some warmth still, but those days kept getting fewer and fewer since they just kept coming home tired and going to bed without talking to Izuku. 3. Middle school would soon start in a few months after summer break comes to an end, and Izuku would also turn 11 during the end of the summer. Izuku planned to do some training during the summer since he was still holding onto the hope of being a hero. It was one of the last things that Izuku held inside of himself. However, life had a few more cruel plans for Izuku before they let go of him. Third Pav. Izuku got up out of his bed and got to work on his day. He only had so many months before middle school started and Izuku wanted to be as fit as he could be. He wanted to focus on denser and compact muscles but also to build bigger muscles as well. He had found a beach on the edge of the city that was turned into a wasteland due to people not caring. Izuku was annoyed when he found this beach due to how humans have treated it. As such, it became his training grounds. He did some research online and set out a plan to train with. Izuku's goal for this training was to clear the beach before school started or during the first half of middle school. As such, he looked into how to build lean, dense muscles. Based on what he found, he learned that he needs to overload his muscles at a progressive rate to enhance the muscle fiber recruitment in his body. This was done by increasing the time that the muscle was under tense, the volume of the workouts he did, and setting decent rest periods between sets. He also focused on doing compound exercises. These exercises were squats, deadlifts, dips, overhead presses, and any other workout that targeted more than one joint or multiple muscles at once. This would allow growth across a lot of areas and not just on making things bigger when they don't provide actual strength. 16. Izuku also learned how to better prepare meals to fit his workouts. This meant that Izuku would purchase more food to eat. He needed more calories for his body to burn off and needed it to come from most fruits, vegetables, whole grain products but also a lot of protein from meats like fish or chicken. He was happy that he had the bank card and didn't need to worry about the lack of money currently until they decide to cut him off. The training was rough and hard, but since Izuku didn't have anyone worrying back at the house, he spent most of his time at the beach. He did decide to buy a few cell phones and had one set up so the home phone would redirect to his cell phone if he turned its setting on. This way Izuku would know if anyone called the house when he wasn't home, since he had this feature on whenever he left the home. His parents had called him a few times since they had missed the 2 last checks in. They didn't even mention the fact that they didn't call the previous times and went straight to their typical questions of asking Izuku if he needed anything and that they loved him. Those words always felt hollow to him. If they loved him, then why couldn't one of them change jobs to be at the home? They didn't really raise him. He raised himself. Why did he have to be an adult when he should have been a child? These questions went through his mind during the last phone call with his parents, which was 3 weeks ago, meaning they missed another phone session. Izuku wasn't really disappointed anymore in this since it was starting to become a pattern. He just accepted it. Izuku put his parents outside of his mind and focused on the beach. Izuku got to work. The first month was the most grueling for him since he was so unused to doing this type of training. He had done training before, but it was more focused on speed and parkour so he could escape people. Now, he is trying to build his entire body up and his muscles were burning from the workout. He set out time for his sets of workouts and also time for just working on the beach itself. He broke the workouts in between doing work on the beach. Soon after about 1 month of cleaning, he had a small section cleared out where he started to do his workouts since he had enough space to do them. The second month he slowly increased the number of workouts to ensure that he was always pushing his muscles. He didn't want them to become easy to do or he wouldn't get any benefit out of it for creating more dense muscles. He worked all day and almost all night in his free time when he wasn't eating or sleeping. He refused to give up. He refused to give in to the words of the other people. He kept training throughout the month and he kept feeling the burning sensation whenever he tried to focus his eyes and had high emotions from working out so hard, but the sensation would go away the moment he calmed down and stopped. He was growing a bit concerned, but he only felt a burning sensation and had no other signs. He just kept thinking that he was getting dirt or sand into his eyes since he was showing no other signs of anything. 6. It was now the 3rd month of training and middle school would start up at the end of the month. This month Izuku would need to do as much training as he could to ensure that he could complete the beach. He wanted to finish cleaning it all in a 1-year time frame so he could dedicate his time to learning other martial arts or skills for when he attempts for UA. The school has also gotten rid of the rule that stops quirkless children from applying. Izuku always feared that they would keep holding that rule when he went to apply, but they had gotten rid of it 2 years ago. Izuku was so happy when he heard about that. It gave him some more hope to keep pushing forward and getting out of bed each day. Izuku stopped what he was thinking and looked around the beach. He had completed far more than he first thought he would by the end of the 3rd month. He would say he was about 50% done and could finish the remaining in 4 or 5 months, which would put him at 8 months total and would be close to the end of the first semester of middle school. Izuku went through the motions and had signed all the papers that he needed to with his parents' signatures that would allow him into middle school. His parents have never signed any of the school documents or other legal things he has needed to be signed. How could they, since they were never there? As such, Izuku got good at forging their signatures really well by looking at some old documents and practicing. I feel like this will come in handy in the future, Izuku thought. He then sent the paperwork in the mail and went to bed for the day since he was tired from working out. Too soon middle school started up and it was time to meet the monsters called children. How illogical of them. Wants to be heroes but will do all the stuff they do. Also, how pathetic and a waste of time school is when I have to self-study everything anyway since the teachers screw with my answers and homework. Izuku thought as he wandered through the middle school hallways. He really didn't want to deal with the problems the fellow children would provide him. The moment they learned he was quirkless, he was going to be screwed. Yup. Screwed. Bakugo is in Izuku's class and he knew right then and there he was screwed for the next 3 years. Bakugo saw Izuku and just had a large smirk on his face. Bakugo knew that he would get to enjoy 3 more years of putting Izuku in his so-called place. What Bakugo doesn't know though is that Izuku has been gaining a lot of evidence and compiling a case. Now, Izuku isn't petty or one to hold a grudge, but as the years have gone by his forgiveness meter has been running dry and drier. As such, Izuku bought a camera and recording devices and had placed some in his book bag to recorded things to compile cases against people. Izuku wanted to see if Bakugo would change in the future, and if he didn't, then well, Izuku was going to destroy the man if he ever reached the breaking point. Izuku has been recording his days in schools for the past 2 years now and he has gained a lot of evidence. He also has been recording the phone conversations with his parents and any interactions he had over the past 2 years since he wanted evidence against them as well if he ever needed it. For some reason, it felt like he would need it. He had set up a camera in the living room which showed for the past 2 years that Izuku was home nearly all the time by himself and only showed his parents arrive a few times in the entire 2 years. The evidence was damning. 12 now. Back to school. Izuku sat at his desk and they went through the introductions. Izuku introduced himself and Bakugo at that moment yelled out that Izuku was quirkless and that his parents are never home most of the time. Izuku felt a spark of hatred in him which he hardly ever feels. The teacher just sneered at Izuku and he saw it. Shit. I'm going to have to deal with a quirkless teacher right away. Just great. He thought about the teacher's face. The man didn't even attempt to hide the sneer on his face when he looked at Izuku, and the students saw it as well and took after him. Bakugo was thrilled since he knew he could get away with a lot of things during the year. One that was the start of Izuku's first year in middle school and it was hell. However, he just pushed through it and kept going. Izuku just did the homework and answered questions more or so on a robotic level since he knew the teachers would screw with his grades anyway. They wouldn't fail him but they would drop him from an A to a B if he got higher than the highest quirk student since there was no one for the quirkless kid to do better than the top quirk student. Izuku just was done with adults in his life. He just needed to survive 3 more years. 5. This was how his days went for the next several months. He would go to school, go home and clean up, eat a small meal, go to the beach and train and clean it. He also sometimes got a call from his parents. In the 3 months since middle school started, he has received 3 phone calls. Once each month. Izuku didn't care anymore about them. He also hasn't seen them since before graduating from elementary school. The last time was actually 2 summers ago, so over a year since he has seen them physically. As such, Izuku just went about his schedule. He also took up meditation to help him keep his mind calm and deal with the stress from school. The beatings and wounds have gotten far worse. They would even do it right in front of the teachers as well. The students would leave him in pools of his own blood sometimes over the past 3 months. That is how bad the beatings have gotten. As such, the meditation has gotten really useful in Izuku keeping his emotions in check. He just relaxes and listens to nature and the sounds of the beach coming up. 2. The beach itself is almost cleared. Izuku thinks he has about half a month left, which will put him at winter break when he will finish the beach. This half month passed quickly. There were only a few days left before classes ended. He had finished the beach 2 days before the semester was over and he felt amazing with himself that he completed that beach by himself in 8 months. Izuku then decided to run home and get cleaned up since the next day was going to be the last day of the semester. However, he felt something was going to go so wrong and how right he was. This following day would spell so much change for Izuku in his life. As Izuku woke up that morning, the feeling was still there. He felt something was going to happen. As such, he was careful on his way to school. He arrived without a problem, but the students were harsh this day but didn't do much damage overall. The day went by and the teacher talked about how we needed to start preparing for what we wanted to do in our future after we graduated middle school. He said they will give us these career sheets at the end of each semester to help us keep track of our end goal. The teacher did announce that he knew Bakugo wanted to go to UA, but he also had to say that Izuku wanted to try as well. Everyone just laughed at him. Izuku was so annoyed with that teacher since his information was private and it was illegal for teachers to provide private information as he did. However, Izuku could do nothing about it but grit his teeth. The class came to an end and Bakugo got up and yelled at the Deku for wanting to go to UA. Izuku had come to hate that name with a burning passion. He was never called his own name and it hurt, not even his parents called his name. It was always sweet or son but never his own name. He wonders if anyone even remembers it anymore. As Bakugo was talking, he grabbed Izuku's notebook and blew it up and tossed it out the window. He told Izuku not to even dream of going to UA. If he kept the stupid dream going, then Bakugo threatened to break his legs, arms, and hands if he needed to. Izuku was laughing on the inside since everything was still being recorded. Then, Bakugo said it. Was this why I felt off today? Izuku thought as he heard it. If you want to be a hero so badly, then go to the roof and take a swan dive and pray for a quirk in the next life. Bakugo said. Izuku just froze. He hasn't been suicide baited yet and this was the first. He knew other quirkless people had gotten it a lot but it still hurt even though he expected it one day. Izuku unfroze and noticed Bakugo and the others had already left. Izuku made his way out to get the notebook and started to walk home. He decided he wanted to go to the beach during the walk and then took a different path that leads him to an underpass. It was there that fate decided to screw with Izuku one more time before letting him go. Izuku was attacked by a villain the moment he went under the underpass. A villain made of sludge came out and started to attack him. He was able to dodge quite well for the first few minutes and was going to escape when the manhole cover blew off again and out came All Might. He powered up a smash and knocked the villain apart and threw Izuku against the wall with the wind. Izuku was out cold as well but was awakened by someone slapping his face. It was All Might. Izuku was stunned for a few moments when All Might asked if he was okay. Yes. I am okay, thank you. I have a question though. Izuku asked as the hero was getting the villain. Can I be a hero even though I am quirkless? I have done some. Izuku started but was cut off by All Might. I'm sorry but no. Quirkless people would be a liability on the hero field. You should give up and be realistic and try for the police or EMTs. All Might said and then he jumped away. He quickly denied Izuku and then left. He didn't wait or anything. Izuku was heartbroken. His idol just told him no. Izuku just stood there for a few moments until he heard a large explosion from a few streets away. He decided to kill time and go see what it was since he needed to rethink his life. When he arrived he saw a villain attack. The people were talking about how a sludge villain had a kid as a hostage. Izuku was shocked that the same villain escaped All Might. He then looked closer and saw it was Bakugo that had got captured. Ironic. Ironic on so many levels, but he doesn't deserve to die. His career ruined by me maybe. Death. No, I don't want others to die. Izuku thought as he ran in to save the bully of his since the heroes weren't doing anything. They say heroes will save you yet they aren't doing anything. Izuku threw some rocks he grabbed into the eyes of the villain and then ran to start pulling Bakugo out of the villain grasps. Bakugo looked surprised to see him trying to help him but Izuku didn't care. He just kept pulling at Bakugo and then the sludge villain recovered and got ready to attack. It was at that moment that All Might came in and saved the day by Texas smashing the villain and pulling them both under him. Izuku got yelled at by the heroes while Bakugo was praised for his quirk and ability to hold out so long. Izuku just felt annoyance at the heroes that were chewing him out. Soon he escaped and walked away. Later Bakugo found him and yelled at Izuku for thinking he could do anything when he is quirkless. Izuku just gritted his teeth and held his tongue. Bakugo then walked away, but as Izuku went around the corner he heard something. "Ahaha, I am here to talk to you, young Bakugo," stated All Might. Izuku froze and wondered why All Might wanted to talk to Bakugo. He thought he wanted to praise Bakugo for his quirk, but he was wrong. He heard Bakugo gasps and then heard a slightly different voice. It was his father's. "Mr. Yagi, you're All Might. What happened to you? Why do you look so skinny compared to your other form?" Bakugo asked. Izuku peeked around the corner and saw a skinny-looking man. It was his father. His father said he got into an accident several years back, but he was All Might. Izuku's world was shattering. His father told him he couldn't be a hero. His father was All Might. Then he heard them talk more. "Bago, I want to talk to you about being my protege. I am looking for someone to train to inherit my quirk. It's a quirk that can be passed on from user to user. It's called One for All and I'm the 8th user," All Might said. Bakugo and Izuku were both shocked. Bakugo asked about Izuku, but he said his son was too reckless in what he did in the sludge villain incident and didn't appear to have much determination to be a hero since he hasn't even trained at all. Izuku's world shattered. He knows he wears baggy clothing to hide his body, but his father just wrote him off. His father doesn't seem him worthy. His father was quirkless like Izuku if his quirk is passable. That bastard, thought Izuku. All Might said they needed to train him to be physically fit, but could do that over the next few years to withstand the quirk since it was so powerful. 8. At that moment Izuku just got up and walked away. He was done with his family. His parents were heroes since All Might was married to Telic, the number 4 hero. That means that this entire time they have left him to do hero work and never told him. Did they not trust me? Yet they trusted my bully. My abuser. His own father wanted to give a quirk to his abuser and thought he was worthy of being a hero, yet his own son wasn't just because he was quirkless and appeared not to have trained. Izuku thought as he ran home. He knew he had to act fast to get out of the house. He would take what he needed, then write a note, and go to an ATM and withdraw as much money he can off the card and run away. He refused to stay there anymore. They didn't raise him. They only provided money and that is it. He would have to work hard and maybe get his hands dirty in the world, but he was sure he could survive. Oh, how right Izuku was, but he would do far more than just surviving in this world. This moment was the start of many changes in the world that would cause ripples across the entire world. This was the fall of Izuku Yagi and the starting day of Izuku Uchiha, and Izuku didn't even know it. 3rd POV. Izuku was running. His heart was filled with anger. Pure unadulterated anger. His family has truly betrayed him. They truly didn't love him anymore just because he was quirkless. They couldn't even tell him that they were heroes. Instead, they told his abuser. They told the person that has made their own son's life hell. His father was going to give the quirk called One for All to a person that hates quirkless people. That has told his own son to kill himself. The foolishness of it all was driving Izuku to go further into his emotions. His eyes were burning again, but Izuku didn't care. He needed to get home before All Might and Telic got there because he didn't want them to stop him. They only provide a roof and money which Izuku can work hard at getting to support himself. He also planned to take a large amount from an ATM before he made his escape since he couldn't use the card in the future since they would track it. 4. Izuku made it home after a few minutes of running and found that his mother wasn't there yet either. He knew it was only a matter of time though. He needed to work quickly and get out. He grabbed some big duffel bags that he had bought while he was doing his training to carry stuff during the summer. They came in handy at this moment. Izuku started to pack all of his clothing into the first bag and his notebooks in it as well. In his next bag, he stored a lot of food that wouldn't spoil since he didn't know how long he would have to go without a good source of food. The final bag he left empty since he planned to store all of the cash he was going to get from the ATM from the bank card. He knew that his parents didn't place a limit on the bank card for purchases, but he did some digging and the card had a withdrawal limit set by the company. The company was a famous bank for wealthy people, which makes sense now that his parents are heroes. He found the withdrawal limit was $500,000 USD, which was roughly 52 million yen Japanese yen. Izuku knew he would have to hit several ATMs before the company called his parents for hitting the limit, but by that time they should find the note anyway. 4. Izuku had finally calmed down and was starting to think better since he had his emotions under control. The burning sensation in his eyes had also come to a stop. Izuku was glad for that and knew one day he would have to look into it, but not right now since he didn't have the time or energy to worry about it. As Izuku finished packing food and clothing, he looked at his room and decided to destroy all of the All Might items. He refused to let the stuff stay intact since he couldn't get away with attacking the real All Might. He would get thrown in jail even if he was his son. 7. After trashing his own room, Izuku got to work on writing the letter addressed to his parents. The letter was damaging. If it ever got out to the public, it would be a large hit to their reputations. 3. Dear Toshinori and Inko Yagi, by the time you are reading this letter, I will have already run away from the house. I'm kind of doubtful about how long it will take you to find this letter anyway. If you did find it quickly, then good job. Wish you put that effort into being parents instead. When was the last time we actually sat down as a family and talked? When was the last time either of you cooked me a meal? When you cleaned my clothing? When you helped me with homework? When you looked at me in the face and said the words "I love you" and meant it? I can tell you, it was when I was around 4. The moment I was declared quirkless, you started the push of shoving me out of your lives. At first only one of you was at home when I was young, and that was fine. I at least had a parent to take care of me since I was a child. However, the more I grew older, the more it turned into the fact that you were both gone nearly all the time. On the rare occasions that you came home, you would be too tired to talk to me and listen to my problems. You were too tired to be my parents. The first time I was left home 24/7 by myself was when I was 6. I was 6 years old. I had to learn how to cook, clean, pay bills, buy clothing, make big adult decisions when I was only a small child. You gave me a bank card and said use it to buy the things you need while we are gone. I raised myself because you were never home. I get it though. No one wants the quirkless child, especially the one that always wanted to be a hero. Remember the last words you said to me, Toshinori? They were "be realistic." Yay, I know what your real jobs are. I also know about the truth regarding your quirk, Toshinori. Ironic you treated me like this when you know the pain so well. Also, I was there in the alley when you talked to Bakugo. Did you know he is more or less a villain? Did you know he hates quirkless people, Toshinori? Did you know he wants people like me to die? Did you know from roughly the age of 4 he bullied me physically and verbally? Did you know that he would use his quirk to burn my skin? Did you know that he calls me Deku? Did you know that it means worthless or someone that can't do anything? Did you know that the day I met All Might and he crushed my dreams, that Bakugo had told me to kill myself? His words were, "If you want to be a hero so badly, then go to the roof and take a swan dive and pray for a quirk in your next life." Did you know that All Might thinks he can be a hero? That he is hero material? Did you know All Might thinks I could never be a hero for the sole fact that I'm quirkless when he knows nothing else about me? Did you know that I trained a lot physically and mentally to prepare to try and be a hero? Did you know I cleaned an entire beach on the side of town in 8 months that was full of garbage? Did you know any of that, Inko? Toshinori? No. You didn't, because you were never in my life after the age of 6. 8. To think that this world number 1 thinks that an abuser, a bully, a person very close to being a villain is far better at being a hero than I could ever be. This world is screwed up. At the age of 4, I learned that all men are not created equally. This was the harsh truth I learned when my former best friend turned on me and became my abuser for my entire childhood. It was the start of when my parents would abandon me because they didn't want a quirkless child. Toshinori, Inko, I didn't wish to be born quirkless. I just wanted to save people with a smile. However, this world denies my existence at every turn. From this point forward, I refuse to live in this house. I want to take my chances out in the world and see the result. Do I live or do I die? What do you think will happen? Toshinori, Inko. See you hopefully never. From Izuku. 31. The letter that Izuku finished and tapped on his computer screen was destructive if someone ever found it and connected it to All Might Intellect. Izuku has come to start hating his parents, but he refused to aim for their careers right now. They saved too many people and he wouldn't condemn them currently, though that may change in the future. 5. Izuku grabbed his bags and threw them on his back. He was glad he trained so much, or else he would have trouble lifting the food bags since he needed the food to live. He didn't want to use the money unless he had no choice, but he needed to go to the ATMs now. As such, he ran downtown and found several ATMs. It took him 30 minutes to get through each one, and it took 5 different ATMs since each ATM could only provide him with roughly 1/5 of the yen he requested each time. He knew his picture was on each camera from the ATM and he gave a middle finger to each after he was finished. He decided to go towards the mountain near the city first and stay in the forest. 27. The reason he wanted to go to the mountain and live in the forest was that people would check for him in town first. Second, he has been on that mountain quite often. The first time he was on the mountain was in his childhood. He was running away from some drunk adults that wanted to harm him since they knew he was quirkless. Those adults were actually a few of his former elementary school teachers before they transferred schools. They had chased him outside the city and onto the mountain in its forest area and didn't give up for nearly 30 minutes. By this time Izuku had gone deep into the mountain. Izuku thought he was lost, but he could see the city of Musudafu far off in the distance from the side of the mountain since it had a clear view over the forest surrounding it. 1. When Izuku went back to train his stamina by running some very old trails on the mountain, he had found a very far old path that looked like it hasn't been touched for centuries. Izuku was surprised it was still standing, and it also had a few weird statues near it as well. These small statues had a fan engraved on them. As he passed through the torii gate he felt weird, but he also saw a cave on the side of the mountain. Izuku didn't explore it though, since he had plans he needed to return to then, but he never went that deep in the forest again either. As such, Izuku decided to go stay in the cave for at least a few nights before finding better living arrangements. The cave was also within half a mile of a small lake where Izuku could get clean water for drinking and bathing. He would just need to figure a way to carry it back to the cave or take baths at the lake. This was how Izuku found himself traveling across the mountainside for roughly half an hour before he found the old trail again with the torii gate. Izuku passed through the torii gate and felt weird again, but he ignored it. He needed to get into the cave and set up some basic stuff since he had grabbed the old camping kit they had in the attic before he left. He hoped they wouldn't notice, or it might give them a clue on where to look for him. As Izuku was walking into the cave he turned on his flashlight that was quite powerful and lit up the cave. He grabbed some sticks and branches and dragged them behind him since he wanted to make a fire so he didn't drain the flashlight. However, he didn't expect to find what he found. Izuku found a small forest-type area around another torii gate with a small shrine inside the damn cave. He could see a small hole that granted enough daylight and likely moonlight into the cave since the hole faced the direction of the sun. How does no one know of this shrine? It looks old but still in decent condition. There were no markings to show it's being maintained since there is a large amount of dust across everything. Though Izuku, he also knew the government had all of the old shrines taken care of and cleaned every few weeks by volunteers or government workers. 3. Izuku was being cautious as he entered the shrine and he could see no tracks from other people, which showed no one had been in this building at least in years. Well, I might have just found my perfect new home, Izuku thought. Izuku also noticed the symbol that was carved in the statues outside were inside the shrine as well. It was a fan-looking symbol with a red top and a white bottom. This symbol was spread out across the entire shrine in different areas. Must be an old clan from prehistoric Japan before they started to really record the country history in a national system, since records from prehistoric were often lost when any of the clans would be killed off or just died out. Izuku thought since he didn't recognize the symbol. 20. Izuku just started to spread out his camping kit and started to set up his new home. He was likely going to stay for a longer time at this shrine since no one appears to come here. As Izuku was setting up his new future home and starting to clean up the main room he was in, the Yagis were in for a large surprise when they started to return home since they had finished up their day. We could see Toshinori Yagi and Inko Yagi, are better known as All Might and Telek, walking down the street towards their home, and they were talking. I can't wait to surprise Izuku. We were finally able to set up the agency to be able to work from this city more often. I'm sure he is going to be happy. Inko said, not to suspect the heartbreak she is about to experience due to their actions. While she was happy, Toshinori was a bit worried. He knew what he said to his son today and really wanted to figure out a way for All Might to have another run-in with Izuku so he could correct the way he said his words. He knew he was too brash and rushed his words since he was worried about his son dying as he tried to be a quirkless hero. It's not possible to be a quirkless hero, right? Thought Toshinori. He would soon come to regret his words so much in the next few moments. 36. They arrived at the house and felt something was off the moment they entered the home. They saw the cabinets were all open and stuff was thrown around. They wondered if they got robbed. Then they went to find Izuku. They searched each room and then came upon his. They opened the door and were shocked to see what they found. The room was destroyed. Izuku's clothing was gone as well. They were worried their son had been kidnapped due to how the house looked. Inko also found a note on the computer. She grabbed it and started reading. Toshinori noticed her reading a note and came over. That was the moment she dropped to the ground crying. What is it? Is it a ransom letter? He asked, worried, and she just shook her head no. She handed it and he was confused until he read it. He was devastated. What have I done? Thought Toshinori. He was disgusted with himself. He also learned a horrible truth of the fact that he told a horrible human about One for All and that human was his son's abuser. A person that hated quirkless people. He was quirkless without One for All and he has more or less betrayed One for All and his son. 14. We need to call the detective, and the others as well. We need their help, Inko said through her crying. Toshinori could only slowly move to his phone. He called his detective friend and asked him for his help and explained that their son was missing and had run away from home. The detective said he would be at the house in 30 minutes. Toshinori made calls to Nezu, Recovery Girl, Sir Night-Eye, and Dear Lord. He made a call to Gran Torino. He was going to get killed when his old mentor found out about this. Inko on the other hand called her brother and asked him to come over and that it was an emergency. No one knew what happened but the detective. That is how they all found themselves sitting in the Yagi's living room looking at the destruction across the house. They were concerned that something happened to Izuku since the two Yagis hadn't said anything about him yet. They would soon get their answers as the detective came into the house yelling at the Yagis. What the hell did you mean on the phone when you said you neglected your son and he ran away because of it? Yelled the detective. 5. Everyone else in the room froze. They were shocked. They had always asked the parents how Izuku was doing and they always told them that he was doing fine and that he wasn't having any issues. Now, it's a different story that they are hearing and they wanted some damn answers right now. They all stood up and were glaring at the two parents who had tears coming down their faces now. 3rd Pav. Everyone was standing up in the Yagi home and was staring at the two adult Yagis. They were questioning if they just heard the detective right. The detective asked again since they didn't answer. You called me over here and you told me on the phone that Izuku Yagi, your son, had run away from home due to your neglect. You also said something about a letter. Where is it? Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa demanded. Inko grabbed a letter from the kitchen counter and handed it over to the detective. Detective Naomasa started to read the letter and he only got more and more pissed. He decided to use his quirk and confirm the letter contents. Is this letter true from his perspective to your knowledge? He asked. He asked them that way to ensure they couldn't lie and claim otherwise from their perspective of the situation. He believed they wouldn't lie, but this was now a police matter of the number one hero's son going missing due to his own parents treating him horrible. The others were shocked since they could guess that the detective was using his quirk. They wanted to know what was in that letter. Nezu grabbed the letter out of his hand while they talked. The others looked over Nezu's shoulder since he was so small it was easy for them to do that. Yes, from his perspective that letter is 100% true to our knowledge. We can't confirm the Bakugo portion but everything else is a yes. Inko said. Tohei Soniro agreed a few seconds after that. 1. Truth, stated the detective. From your perspective, is that letter true on the parts you can 100% confirm? He asked. They said yes again and he said, "Truth." Once more. "Do you realize how many crimes you have committed? Do you realize that I should be placing you in handcuffs right now?" The detective said, and they paled. They came to the realization of how bad they were. They really screwed up at being parents. Soon the others started to talk. 4. Toshi, I told you to retire. You should have. You had a child that you were neglecting. The peace of Japan doesn't come before your own son. You had a child and his life was placed above others the moment you helped create him. Sir Night stated in a cold tone. He was this kid's uncle more or less and wasn't in his life because of the fight at the hospital. Maybe if I didn't fight you about the matter that day I could have been in his life and helped him, damn it. Sir said. Aizawa was pissed. He was glaring at his sister. You told me that he was fine. You told me that everyone was okay. Why didn't you come to me for help if you couldn't raise him? I work at UA. Nezu could have helped me fix my schedule to raise him so he didn't have to do it by himself. He yelled. Nezu put a paw on his leg to calm him down. 34. Nezu was showing his teeth. That wasn't good. No one knew what animal he was, but he did have sharp teeth that he hid behind his smile and only showed them when his anger hit its max. I don't anger to this level easily, yet you two managed it. You could have asked for help, yet you abandoned your child to fend for himself and gave him money only as a form of parental support. Disgusting, Nezu said. They were all glaring at them. Recovery girl just went to Izuku's room to inspect it. She was suspecting that Izuku had mental health problems due to his childhood and wanted to see if there was evidence of suicidal tendencies or cutting. After she came back, she told them, I inspected the house on where he might have hidden stuff. I didn't find any indication towards suicidal tendencies or cutting behavior, but that doesn't guarantee it since he could have done it at another location that we don't know about. She said. Everyone froze at that and looked at her to explain. Nezu knew what she meant though. 3. This is a child abused at school and neglected at home. His mental state is worrisome for someone in his situation. We need to consider that he may be suicidal, and if he isn't, he will likely have a list of mental problems like social anxiety or other things. We won't know unless we find him though. She stated. The Yagis just felt guiltier and guiltier. Gran Torino spoke next. Toshi. Nana would be disappointed in you. Just because your son was quirkless doesn't mean he can't be the ninth. Just because he is your son doesn't mean he can't be the ninth. You have offered OFA to a villain in the making instead of someone far worthier. If he is talking about the beach, I think he is, then he has done a lot of community service as his physical training. His body would be fit enough to house OFA as well. He wouldn't be able to use 100%, but he could house it without a problem. Nana might have made a mistake in giving you OFA if this is how you turn out in the end. You did so much good, but it's corrupted by this evil you have committed. Gran Torino said as he just sat down with a tear coming down his face. He was so saddened at his grandson's fate. He really hoped he was still alive, since the streets are a rough place to live on. Sir asked an important question. Please tell me you didn't give that Bakugo brat the quirk yet. He asked, and everyone turned to Toshinori. He said no, he didn't, since Bakugo still needed to train to be physically ready. He was almost ready, but this kills the offer. The problem is that he knows of the quirk in his skinny form. That will be easy to deal with, since if the letter is true on what Bakugo has done, we can get him with legal NDAs to keep his mouth shut. But we also have to deal with his crimes and the school crimes as well. We might need to make a deal to keep him silent, which I won't like doing. We might still have to allow him to try for a hero school like UA. Fucking damn it all, might I have to wait letting an abuser in my school to keep him silent, or him revealing your form and quirk to the world and causing a shit ton of chaos? Nezu said as he threw the teacup that Inko gave him. He was pissed. He didn't like his current situation he was going to have to deal with in regards to Bakugo, and he planned to take his anger out on the Yagis later on for years to come. They all knew they had a major risk with Bakugo now. It wasn't a good spot for them to be in. Even Aizawa was pissed because he wouldn't be able to expel the damn brat if he ended up in his class. 36. We can work that out later, but we need to ensure he enters an NDA. The detective said. Nezu just had a wonderful idea on how they were going to find Izuku. We're revealing the fact that Izuku is their son. You will make a statement in your buff form and reveal that your son has gone missing. Don't you dare complain. Remember, we need to find him and this will get the best results. You will also reveal that you all neglected him since it will come out one day or Izuku might decide to reveal it himself. You need to take the hit now and let time pass or else it will be worse later if you hide it. Nezu said. They could really not reveal the truth and try to hide it in the connection, but he was being petty right now due to the situation they forced on his hands. He decided to make them start paying back for his anger by screwing them on this. Nezu did an evil laugh on the inside of his mind. 3. Soon it was decided that they would reveal the fact that their son had gone missing and reveal that they neglected him due to them playing hero work above their son. They will also reveal the abuse he received at school and from other students and that they were investigating it all. This was going to be one major press release that will have ripple effects. Now in another place located on the mountain near the city. Deep inside the cave that Izuku found, he had finished preparing his sleeping arrangements inside the shrine. The camping tent had some larger cans inside it to fill with water. As such, he went to the lake and filled them with water, and started a small fire outside the shrine in the cave since the cave had a hole to vent the air. He started to boil the water. Even though it was safe to drink since it was a freshwater lake, he still wanted to be safe since he doesn't have access to a hospital anymore. He boiled the water and then stored it in a large jug for later on. He then made another trip and boiled water again. This water he used and cleaned up the main room that he was going to be sleeping in of all the dust so he wouldn't get sick by anything in the dust that was in the room. 3. After that, he sat down and ate some food from a can that he had brought. He did know the lake had some fish in it and he did see some deer and other animals in this forest since it was undisturbed by most humans. As such, the animal population had returned. The only problem was storing food, so he needed to make sure to only catch or kill what he could eat on that day or in the next 2 to 3 days, since he could store it in a container and bury it in the ground to keep it cold for a day or two after he cooks it the first time. 2. Now that Izuku has solved his direct needs, he decided to explore the shrine more. As he was walking around the back rooms, he discovered a weird room. The room had a fan with a red top and a white bottom painted on the wall, but it looked old and was worn out in some spots. On the sides of the room were also a few sets of red armor and clothing. They looked very old and was covered in dust but was still intact. The clothing under the armor looked a bit worse and deteriorated, but the armor parts themselves were still looking good. Also right under the red and white fan symbol was a large fan thing that looked a bit heavy. It had 2 sets of red circles with tails on them that were in groups of 3 on each side of the fan. Izuku was interested in what all of this was. As such, he touched the black part of the large fan that was placed under the symbol on the wall, and the moment he did, he cut his finger a bit. Ouch, that thing is sharp. Even with it sitting here for who knows how long, it is so sharp. Izuku said as he held his finger where he had cut himself. What Izuku didn't notice was that some of his blood had dripped onto the blade itself. The moment he did notice, the fan was already starting to glow. What the hell? Izuku thought as a bin of light hit him right in the head and he started to scream out in pain. It hurts. Why does it hurt? What is going on? Question mark quote. Izuku screamed out in pain, but there was no one there to help him. Soon the light died down and a figure appeared in front of him. It was some taller male with black hair and black eyes. If Izuku grew out his hair, then he would look really similar but would have noticeable differences. Izuku was freaked out because he didn't know where this man came from and Izuku could see through him. Some sort of ghost or projection quirk. Izuku thought while muttering a bit. Quiet down, young Uchiha. Why have you activated the seal on the ceremonial gunbai of our clan? The man asked and Izuku was confused, and what was this knowledge Izuku had in his head? Sir, I don't know what you mean. Some of my blood dripped onto the fan thing when I cut myself. I found this shrine when I ran away from home due to my parents neglecting me. I just wanted somewhere to stay. I'm sorry if I disturbed you, and I've never heard of the name Uchiha before. Izuku said, thinking this was the owner of the shrine somehow. The man looked confused but realized that the boy in front of him must be an outside clan member, or the clan was dead and this was a random descendant that somehow survived. He wanted to find out which it was. If Izuku didn't really belong to the clan but some random bastard child, then he wouldn't help him, but if he was the sole clan member left and not a bastard child, then he would help him, especially since he said his parents neglected him, which pissed the man off since protecting clan members were important to the Uchiha clan. 5. Calm down. First, my name is Madara. Madara Uchiha, and I need you to answer some questions. What year is this and what clans are still alive today near Konoha that you know of? The man asked. There isn't any city or town by that name in Japan, nor are there any clans anymore. There hasn't really been a clan since the Warring State periods of our country, which was hundreds of years ago, and my name is Izuku. No last name due to my parents neglecting me since the age of 6. Izuku said. Murata was a bit shocked at the new information. He then questioned the boy more and soon learned that there was no such thing as chakra anymore or ninja. There were things called quirks, heroes, villains, and other countries around the world, but nothing from his time. Madara thinks that people from his time have been gone for quite a few centuries and the knowledge of his time lost. How does he have our blood then? He does look like an Uchiha though, and the boy said he doesn't have a so-called quirk. However, even though this is just a chakra form that I had placed in the gunbai, I can still sense others' chakra, and he has a lot. More than I did at a young age when I took over as the clan head. Single quote. Thought Madara. Madara thought a bit more and then questioned Izuku about his family. He discovered that the boy somehow has a high concentration of Uchiha blood, unlike the parents. The uncle might have a higher amount but not enough to really be a real Uchiha like this boy. The uncle seemed to get some bastarded version of the Sharingan as a quirk that helps him stop other quirks, but it isn't the real deal. This world has turned into something interesting. 23. Although Madara was still pissed at hearing the boy's life. How dare they treat an Uchiha like that? He thought. Soon Madara explained to the boy what chakra was and who he was in more detail. The boy was interested in learning more. You should be the sole member of our clan left. It seems your blood somehow concentrated into mostly Uchiha blood, unlike your parents. We are a proud clan and are strong warriors. I want to make you an offer. I want to train you to be an Uchiha and be able to be a proud ninja of our clan. With the skills and knowledge that you will receive, you will be able to go and become a hero and wipe the floor with those with quirks. Chakra has many usages and is a far better tool than those limited with quirks who can only do so much. You on the other hand will be able to do many things like walking on walls, water, breathing fire, and doing other attacks with our fighting style. What do you say, young man? Do you wish to take the challenge on and restore our clan's name into modern history? Madara asked Izuku. Madara had already told Izuku that he had gained basic information when he activated the seal on the weapon, which was about the clan, but only Madara could undo the other seals, which will allow him to unlock the seals inside the shrine for the Uchiha artifacts like the scrolls and assets that should still be there since the shrine has been untouched. 18. Izuku thought for a few moments and then asked a few questions. How will you train me? You explained that you are a chakra body and will run out in time. Izuku asked. Madara was happy that the boy was asking questions. Uchihas are not meant to be stupid and always questioning things to gain information to use in battle. Good. The first lesson is to always ask questions. Information is how we win battles. A dumb Uchiha is a dead one. To answer your question, the chakra in this weapon can last about 2 weeks. In that time we need you to learn how to unlock your chakra itself. Once you do that, I can transfer a small portion from this weapon into your body. This will allow you to supply it with your own, which will allow it to maintain its existence. Madara stated. He also explained that they would need to feed it Izuku's chakra to replenish its power, or it would fade in roughly a month's time without being supplied, and there likely wouldn't be any left in the fan by the time Izuku was ready for the transfer. As such, Izuku needed to get to work right away. Izuku asked a few more questions but seemed okay with the answers. He knew he was taking a risk trusting the man, but he wanted to be a hero. He also felt connected to this shrine and the man. It was the same feeling he had when he passed the Torii gates to enter this place. It felt welcoming, like he was home. 2. Madara explained that the feeling was due to seals that recognized any Uchihas that entered the ancestors' shrine. This is where they came to pray to their ancestors and was used for ceremonies. The temple was located at their old home location before they joined with the Senju clan. Madara gave Izuku a brief history lesson of the clan and how they had joined forces with their former enemies to make a village. He also explained the title of Hokage and that when he placed the seal in this shrine that his friend from the Senju clan had just taken on the position of Hokage. Soon, Izuku sat down and started to work on unlocking his chakra and followed Madara's instructions since they only had about 2 weeks for him to get it or Madara wouldn't be able to help him learn anymore. He would only be able to unlock the seals and that would be it if Izuku couldn't get his chakra activated in time. He had a lot of chakra, Madara explained, but it was useless if he couldn't activate it. Note: this Madara Uchiha is not from the final war. The seal in the shrine was placed when Hashirama was announced the first Hokage and at this time Madara hadn't left the village yet. As such, he wasn't in his pure evil phase but instead was just the Uchiha clan head who was now concerned for his last living clan member life. As such, he has no ill intentions when he plans to do the transferring of his chakra into Izuku and is only wanting to guide him in being a proud Uchiha who can take on any quirk user and spread the Uchiha name across the lands. Third POV. The Yagis, Nezu, Gran Torino, Tsunade, and Aizawa were all sitting in All Might's agency. The press conference where the Yagis would reveal to the world about their son and explain that they neglected him and that he received abuser at school would soon happen. They expected a lot of backlash for this. They were lucky that most people didn't know what Toshinori looked like as Izuku's father, so they wouldn't have a problem with someone finding out about the skinny form. The thing is that Toshinori nor Inko knew about was that Aizawa wanted custody of Izuku the day they found him. As such, he worked with Nezu, Gran Torino, Tsunade, and the detective and build a custody case that they had planned to file once Izuku was found. They couldn't really do it before they found him since it wouldn't have much impact since Izuku would need to be there for a case. It would also give the Yagis more time to build an opposing case if they knew about it now instead of later. Aizawa didn't want anything to do with Inko anymore as his sister. She was more or less dead to him in his mind currently due to what they did to Izuku. He just wanted Izuku safe and sound so he could raise him and help him achieve his dream of being a quirkless hero. Aizawa was also concerned about Izuku's mental state and worried he might go down a dark path in revenge against his parents. 22. Aizawa remembered the talk in the house when they mentioned that they didn't support Izuku's dream of being a quirkless hero, which also feed into them not telling Izuku the true identities of them being a hero. Aizawa went off on them. Oh, why can't there be a quirkless hero? Recovery Girl is a hero. Nezu is a hero. Tsunade is a hero. I'm a hero. None of us have a combat quirk. You two are idiots thinking it's not possible. If you had trained him from a young age and gave him all the support plus ours, he could have done it. Sure, it would have been a hard path with people being cruel to him, but guess what? They were already cruel to him and he survived this long without you. I hope he never forgives either of you because you don't deserve it. Aizawa screamed. He was pissed as he stormed out that day and started to look for Izuku but had no luck. They had more or less said that anyone without a combat quirk couldn't be a hero when that's been proven wrong. So many heroes have to fight quirkless. There are quirks that provide zero combat ability or support like his quirk, yet they are heroes. They rely on support tools or are rescue heroes or other types of heroes. Aizawa would have pushed Izuku to go underground since it would be the best path for him, but he could have become a hero, he could have done it. Now, Aizawa had to worry more about finding his nephew instead of helping him train. If the parents had just fucking asked for help from him since he fights quirkless, he could have been training Izuku from a young fucking age. 12. Aizawa was glad that Nezu was forcing their hand on revealing the loss of their son and their neglect themselves. Nezu had threatened them that he would do it instead if they didn't. There was still the problem of the criminal charges and All Might being the #1 hero. Nezu told Aizawa that he doubted the government would push too hard on the charges due to it since they only neglected Izuku and not abused him outright. Aizawa wasn't happy with that at all. He wanted to use his quirk on All Might during the press conference, but Nezu already knew what he was thinking. Don't do it. 1. It would cause problems for us right now, and 2. Remember, Izuku knows. Don't remove the hand that he has over his parents. If he is as smart as I think he is since he survived by himself this long, then I'm betting he will use all mights from and quirk as blackmail in the future to get what he needs from the Marua. I have a feeling we will see him in roughly 3 years even if we don't find him. The question will be, will he be coming as friend or foe? Nezu said. Aizawa was confused about how he could be so sure, but Nezu was generally right. He was also sad to think about Izuku turning to the dark side, but Izuku had a lot of motive to do it and he wouldn't blame him one bit. What Aizawa doesn't know is that Nezu found a camera that was pointed at the beach Izuku cleaned. It showed his work and determination. As such, this is how Nezu had a good theory that Izuku will survive on the streets even if they don't find him due to how much will and determination he has and the training that Nezu saw. The question was if the recent news of his parents being who they were and the truth about OFA would destroy him and turn him to the dark side. It's a 50-50 chance right now. I'm 80% sure he will survive if he doesn't run into any strong villains on the street. The problem is, will he return as an upcoming hero in training or will he return for blood? Nezu thought. 39. Everyone soon headed outside since it was time for the press conference. Aizawa stayed in the shadows and unless someone looked for him they wouldn't notice him on the news report since he blended in. He wanted anyone that really looked to notice him since he was sure Izuku would see him and notice him. The press started asking random questions but was told to quiet down. 1. We are here today to talk about a runaway case. This case is special to this agency due to the fact that the child that has run away is our son. All Might stated. Everyone went into shock and was asking so many questions. How did the public not know they had a child for this long? They have never been seen with the said child and now the child has run away. The question of why was on everyone's minds that were watching. Our child ran away due to our neglect. We put our hero careers above him and in turn this lead to our forgetfulness and neglect of our son since he was a young child. We also recently discovered based on the letter he left that his school and classmates were abusing him verbally and physically while also using their quirks illegally on his body and property. Currently, the school and the students are all going under investigation for the actions that they have committed. This compounded with our neglect forced our child to run away. He didn't even know until recently of the fact that we were even heroes when we told him we were just business people traveling a lot. All Might stated. Everyone had frozen and didn't talk. They just learned their number one hero, the symbol of peace, was neglecting their child. Soon a picture of Izuku was released to the public and they had asked anyone with information to report it to the hotline. They explained that he had different hair and eyes due to Telek's family ancestors who had these traits more often, like her brother who had black hair and black eyes unlike her. The reporters asked if the two heroes would face criminal charges. At this time we are working with the police and waiting to see what they determine. However, I can say that we do deserve to be charged. We should have been better and our son didn't deserve the life he had to live because we decided to put our hero careers above him. He should have come first from the day we had him. Inko stated before they all exited the stage with reporters still asking questions. The public didn't know what to think but soon some tips did come in that he was spotted downtown the day before at ATMs. The company had also called and reported a large amount of cash being taken off the bank card. Seems your son is really smart. He researched how much the withdrawal limit was on the card in each ATM and he just enough to get the money to help him survive. Nezu said with a laugh that their son just took $500,000 USD from them without any trouble. Also, it was 100% legal since they gave him the card to use and do as he wishes. Nezu's estimates of his surviving went from 80% to 90% due to the cash being in his hands, but he didn't tell them that. Aizawa just laughed at the two adult Yagis when he heard about how much money was taken. Though for them it wasn't much since they earned a lot, but that was enough for Izuku if he spent it correctly to survive for several years if he planned it outright. Aizawa felt better about not finding Izuku the last night since he likely was sleeping in a hotel or something without anyone noticing. 3. While they all finished what they were doing, Bakugo was in for a rude surprise. He just watched the interview on the television and was a bit scared. Damn Deku, running away and talking about everything that happened at the school. Quirkless freak better die while he's out on the streets, thought Bakugo. Bakugo was also worried if the Yagis knew about what he did because he wanted All Might's quirk to rub it into the damn Deku's face that his own father thought he was better than the quirkless freak. As Bakugo was thinking, he heard a banging on his front door. His mother went and opened it and was met with the police. "Mrs. Bakugo, we are here to arrest your son for questioning in his involvement of the abuse of Izuku Yagi during school over the years," stated the officer. Bakugo's mother was stunned and started to ask questions since she wanted to know what they meant. "My son hasn't harmed anyone. What the hell do you mean?" she asked. They just showed her the warrant for his detainment in connection to the case where it cited the letter Izuku left and had talked about Bakugo in it. She froze. She couldn't believe her son could do this. She thought they were friends. Bakugo and his father came into the hallway at the door and the police moved in to cuff him. "Bakugo, you are currently being detained to be questioned about your role in Izuku Yagi's torment," one cop said. Bakugo tried to resist, which just made a copy pepper spray him. They soon got quirk-canceling cuffs on him and put him into the cop car. The parents got in the car and followed them. 17. Soon they arrived at the police station and found a detective waiting for the car. He took Bakugo inside and motioned for the parents to follow since he required legal representation. They all sat down and Bakugo still was in cuffs due to the officers explaining that he tried to resist arrest. The detective made a note of it in the file. "Katsuki Bakugo, do you know why you are here?" Detective Tsukauchi asked. Bakugo said, "Because the quirkless freak stated I did something I didn't do." Bakugo yelled. The detective made the mark that showed half-truth in the file for the first question. "What is it that you think he accused you of that you claim you didn't do?" Bakugo was asked. He then said he didn't harm Deku at all. He didn't realize he called Izuku Deku in front of his parents, which he never did. They paled when he did since they knew what that meant. It was at that moment the detective caught Bakugo in a lie. 2. So you tell me you never physically harmed him? Never assaulted him? Verbally or physically bullied him? Never used your quirk on him? Never destroyed his property? Never suicide baited him? The detective asked one at a time and Bakugo just said no to everything. The detective had him for good. Bakugo was trapped now since everything came back as false when he denied each claim. "Bago, do you know what my quirk is?" he asked, and none of the Bakugo family knew. "I'm one of the best detectives due to my quirk. It's called lie detectors. Meaning no one can lie in front of me. I can feel if someone is telling the truth, half-truth, or lying to me. All of the claims I asked you came back as false when you denied them," the detective said. Katsuki Bakugo froze and paled at that statement. The detective then said that his quirk is allowed in his evidence in court as such. They had him for each of those crimes. "What do you have to say for yourself, Bakugo? We have you for each crime now. We are also pulling video from cameras at the school as we speak, meaning we will have more evidence of the crimes as well. Why did Izuku Yagi deserve this treatment from you for so many years?" the detective asked. Bakugo was pissed that his life was being ruined by the damn Deku. That damn Deku should have learned his damn place or none of this would be happening. The quirkless little freak shouldn't have wanted to be a hero. Quirkless people don't deserve to live. Bakugo yelled out with anger. His parents just yelled at him to sit down and shut up. Bakugo was perplexed due to his father yelling, which he never does. "How could you, son? You wanted to be a hero. Your actions are that of a villain. You wanted to stop villains from harming people. Guess what? You were harming people just like a villain does. How could you say you wanted to be a hero and turn around and do all of this? Did we fail in raising you? Where did we go wrong?" Bakugo's father yelled with tears down his eyes. Bakugo's mother was just silent. Soon the integration went on for about another hour as they got more and more information. They learned that the school encouraged all of the actions and never corrected them. Though this made it better for Bakugo's defense, it didn't wipe him of his crimes. The prosecuting attorney wanted to throw Bakugo into jail for his crimes and try him as an adult. However, Nezu had to step in due to the fact that All Might revealed his form and the quirk. The prosecuting attorney was not pleased. They were quirkless rights activities and wasn't pleased with Nezu getting involved. "I'm sorry, but he has acquired information that would shake the hero society that we can't afford to get out. As such, we would like a deal cut. His silence of the information in exchange for reduced charges, and he will still be allowed to attend a hero school as long as he keeps silent and commits no more crimes. Trust me, I want him thrown in jail as well and not ever step a foot in my damn school. But All Might has revealed some information to this boy without realizing his true nature, without thinking, and now has put us in this spot. I plan to make All Might's intellects lives unpleasant for quite a few years in any way I can. Nezu told the prosecutor. They relented after a bit more communication with Nezu. Fine, but there will be some terms that state that if he reveals the information to even one person, which includes his parents, then he gets full charges slapped on him and full prison time. That's the sole way I'm agreeing to this. He also can't do any other crimes or get in large trouble at UA since you said he plans to go there. The attorney stated. Nezu agreed with this since it was better without any hidden terms to hit the boy with if he decides to open his mouth. 15. Soon Bakugo was presented with the deal. We'll make you a deal. Plead guilty to the charges and you still get a chance at UA or another hero school. You need to keep silent about any information you learned about the Yagi family. You know what information I'm talking about. Utter a word of it to anyone and you go straight to prison. You will be required to go into anger management, therapy, and do a lot of community service and be on probation at any hero school you go to. Otherwise, we got to trial and you get trialed as an adult, which carries 5 years minimum for all the things you did. Stated the prosecuting attorney. Bakugo didn't want to admit that he did anything wrong, but his parents said he would accept it. You are going to accept this, otherwise goodbye hero school, son. That is even if we decided to let you go. It will depend on how you behave between now and then. Stated his dad in a very low tone. Bakugo flinched since he's never heard his father like this before and it actually scared him a bit. Bakugo complained that he didn't do anything wrong, but his parents said he did and they hoped he realized that one day his actions were of a villain when he wants to be a hero. He relented after they left no room for debate and he signed the deal. The deal stated that his crimes wouldn't be made public by the police or attorney's office, which they accepted. Though it never said UA wouldn't tell his classmates about it in the future, or if Izuku reappeared and tells everyone, which would force UA's hand on expelling him most likely. Thought Nezu with an evil smile. He just needed to figure out a plan to deal with the secrets Bakugo learned when that day came. Third POV. While everything was going on in the outside world, Izuku was in the Uchiha shrine training with his ancestor Madara Uchiha. They were attempting to unlock his chakra and they were on the second day of attempting since they had stopped to rest early the first day. Madara explained to Izuku what chakra was and the basic knowledge about it. Chakra is essential to even the most basic jutsu. Most use hand seals, which I will teach you to mold the chakra and control it. Things like water walking, exhaling fire, creating illusions, or even increasing your physical strength can be done via chakra. Madara stated. Izuku asked if others outside the clan had chakra. Yes, chakra is in all life. It just the amount that individual naturally produces can vary. You for example have enough chakra to rival my chakra level when I had just taken over as clan head during the wars. You are producing a large amount and you can even expand this pool of chakra by training methods. Madara stated. 3. Izuku was attempting to unlock his chakra by combing his mental energy with his physical energy to allow the chakra his body produces to follow free. Once they are connected, then he would have unlocked his chakra. Calm your mind, put other things outside of it and focuses on your desire to connect your mental energy to your physical energy. Think of it as yin and yang revolving around each other but never touching. Now, you will break the balance and allow it to spill into each other to form a new system of the chakra pathway system. Madara guided while floating from the weapon in the shrine room. After about another 3 days of this training, Izuku succeeded and unlocked his chakra, but he was knocked out cold due to the amount of chakra that flooded his system. Well, the brat did it far quicker than I thought. Normally this is done when children are really young and are being prepared for training in the future. With his age I expected him to take a week and a half. Good job Izuku. You are truly an Uchiha who overcomes the challenges in his way. Madara thought with a smirk on his face. He was going to enjoy the brutal training he was going to do. 31. It took Izuku a whole day for him to awaken due to the shock from his newly created chakra system. He was confused about why he fell asleep, but Madara explained what happened. You unlocked your chakra, and due to the amount you generate and the pool you have, it shocked your system since you are not used to it. Unlocking chakra is normally done at a very young age to prepare for training. Madara stated. Izuku asked how far he was behind a typical Uchiha, and Madara explained that he didn't need to worry. Most Uchiha started physical training and learning the taijutsu and other basic clan knowledge at the age of 8 or 9. They then spent a few years learning the clan's justice and getting better at it by the age of 12 or 13. Then they would be deemed sufficient as the lowest level warriors of the clan. Madara stated. Izuku had already done a good job at physical training, but it wasn't the best on where he really needs to be at. It did cut down on some training which can be worked on during everything else. He just needed to learn the taijutsu of the clan and the other arts. Though he will be doing a faster method than nearly anyone can do. There is a jutsu you will learn from me that will allow you to speed up your learning. This jutsu is called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Madara said while explaining the risks. The only reason he was going to allow this is due to Izuku's large chakra pool that rivaled his when he was still alive as the clan head. Izuku should be able to make a max of 30 clones. No more than 30 or he risks death with his current chakra pool. Izuku was a bit scared of that but trusted his ancestor. After having Izuku relax for a bit and calm his chakra down and get used to it flowing in his body, Madara started the transfer of chakra after he undid all of the other seals in the shrine. Izuku would just have to find them and pull everything out. After about 1 hour the transfer was done. Madara had transferred all the chakra that was left in the weapon since Izuku had finished earlier than they had planned. This meant that Izuku could go a solid month without feeding Madara's chakra, and Madara would be able to stick around without a problem if Izuku was knocked out for a few days. Izuku would have to feed chakra to Madara's if they wanted to project a chakra avatar outside of Izuku's body for Madara to train him via that method, though he could just lead the training from inside of the body as well by just projecting his voice to Izuku's mind. Izuku was directed to all of the hidden spots that had the clan's artifacts. Izuku had discovered scrolls on many different subjects. There were scrolls on Uchiha's main jutsu types like ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Outside of the 3 main jutsus we have many subcategories as well. These don't really have to be actual jutsus but fighting techniques or weapon techniques that our clan has collected over our history. For example, there is some bukijutsu or otherwise known as weapon techniques. I will teach you how to use the war fan or otherwise known as gunbai later. Madara said. Izuku read through the titles of other scrolls. There was some fuinjutsu, sealing techniques kenjutsu, sword techniques kinjutsu, forbidden techniques like the shadow clones, medical ninjutsu, shurikenjutsu, shuriken, kunai, senbon, etc. techniques. And then there was one about a dojutsu called Shirajian. 18. The dojutsu scroll is about our clan's visual eye ability. We can activate this due to pain and suffering or the loss of loved ones. I believe you will likely have it already due to your past. You will just need to fully activate it. Once you start doing it you will have a large burning sensation in your eyes until you fully unlock it, then it will be a minimal sensation letting you know you have it on. Madara explained. This caught Izuku's attention because of the burning sensation in his eyes. Madara-sensei, I think I do already have it. When my emotions were getting high sometimes in the past I felt a burning sensation in my eyes. Izuku said. Madara expected this due to his past. The question was, how far are his eyes at? I want him to acquire the eternal Mangekyo, which means he would never lose his sight. Madara thought since he had stored his original pair of Mangekyo Sharingans in this shrine since he transferred his when his brother Izuna died. The idea that it had to be from a close relative was a lie that Madara himself spread to stop clan members from getting greedy towards obtaining power at the cost of another clan member. Also, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan didn't require someone to kill their loved one either. It was activated from witnessing the death of their loved ones or extreme emotional trauma from loss. Izuku had met this in both regards due to the death of his family relationships and the loss of their love for him, while also getting a long life of trauma that should have allowed it to activate. 2. The problem was Izuku would need to learn a few medical justice first before they did the transfer if he did indeed have the Mangekyo Sharingan already, since his family betrayed him and all the pain he went through. The process would be really painful since they didn't have any other medical ninja to do it. As such, Izuku had to be awake and do it himself, which meant a large amount of unbearable pain. Though, we might be able to use a shadow clone to do it, thought Madara, but Izuku would still have to be awake in the event the clone somehow dispelled. Madara explained to Izuku how to send chakra to his eyes and soon Izuku did it. They were right, and Izuku did have the Sharingan. He had all 3 tomo in his eyes. This wasn't unexpected due to his past. Madara then explained how to activate the next level, which was the Mangekyo Sharingan. He explained that Izuku needed to focus more chakra on the eyes and focus his will to solidify his intentions of pushing his eyes to spin harder. This would trigger it to transform into the next stage, which was the Mangekyo Sharingan if he already had it. As Izuku did it, he was able to show his Mangekyo Sharingan, but he collapsed and fell asleep the moment he did it. Well, I should have expected that since he doesn't have good chakra control yet since our eyes are draining, thought Madara. Izuku just slept on the floor for an entire day and woke up hungry and tired. Madara explained that he did have the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he wouldn't be able to use them anytime soon due to the chakra demand and his lack of chakra control, which wastes a lot of chakras even though he has a very massive pool of it. It's like building a dam and then blowing it up and everything spills out of the dam in a quick motion, Madara stated when he explained why Izuku ran out so quickly, which caused him to collapse and go to sleep. They also talked about the fact that they won't know what individual abilities his Mangekyo Sharingan grant until they can train it, but that his eyes resembled a 3-pointed shuriken instead of a 4-pointed shuriken. Yes, I'm using Itachi's. It has been several days since Izuku awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. They had gone through the other artifacts that were stored. Izuku had found storage scrolls filled with clan clothing and other outfits. There was also a large number of shuriken, kunai, some senbon, and other weapons in the storage scrolls. There was also a supply of chakra paper and other chakra weapons. When they had found that, Madara made Izuku push some of his chakra into it to find out his chakra nature. They found out that he has fire and lighting. Madara explained that Izuku could use other elemental jutsu like water, wind, and earth, but they would be weaker than his own natural ones that he is attuned with. It was great that he had the fire nature since Uchihas had a lot of fire-related jutsu scrolls. 5. They soon finished going through everything that was sealed. Madara got Izuku started on his training. This was done with several methods. In one of the storage scrolls were weights that Izuku could put around his body. Madara had Izuku wear them at all times except for sleeping and then had Izuku start his chakra control. He started him on the basic one, which was the leaf concentration method. Once Izuku had this method down, then they could use the shadow clone method and speed up the training, but doing it before would be risky since Izuku might use all of his chakra and die. 3. This training method is done by placing a leaf over an individual's forehead and having them direct their chakra onto the leaf, using it as a focal point. The idea is to keep the leaf on their forehead and not allow it to fall. Too much chakra and you tear the leaf up, too little it falls. As such, Izuku spent the next few weeks training via this method. It was on the final day of the 3rd week that Izuku was able to make several leaves stay on his head at the same time. Madara was happy with this result and approved of teaching him the shadow clone technique so they could start increasing his training speed and get him to a level that Madara would be happy with, since they only had about 2 years and 3 months left before Izuku attempts to go to Ua. Izuku has already been missing for about a month now and has learned some hunting and survival methods during his training from Madara so that he could survive in the forest and not have to risk going to the city and be stopped. Izuku refused to return to his family since he felt happier than ever. Though some people like Bakugo were not so happy. He was not used to his parents looking at him the way they did. It was a look of disappointment, guilt, and pity. Bakugo hated the looks. Hated being looked down on with pity. People no longer told him that his dreams were his for the taking and instead they were at risk if he ever screwed up again. He hated this feeling of hopelessness. Was this how Izuku felt? Bakugo thought as he gritted his teeth. 25. The Yagis were depressed and were still looking for their missing son. It had already been an entire month since he went missing and there was no trace of him. After the cameras on the ATMs, Izuku had hidden in the blind spots of cameras and was able to escape unnoticed. The detective suggested that Izuku learned where they were all at and knew how to avoid them. Protesters were out on the streets for a few weeks demanding change to the schools and discrimination laws. Description of the attacks on All Might's son has been released and the public was outraged with the lack of control in the school. Though not everyone agreed with it and said that the quirkless child deserved it. These people were quickly arrested for discrimination and were looked into for any villain ties by Nezu. Nezu was ruthless on anyone and everyone that came into his eyes regarding the matter of Izuku. The government has suspended both All Might and Telic for several months. They were on thin ice and if they screwed up on something major as they did then they would be slapped with jail time. One reason they weren't thrown in jail right away was due to the fact that they only neglected him and were reckless in their jobs as parents and didn't directly abuse their son. The other reason was because of how high rank they were and how much the government relied on them currently. As such, they were on thin ice. Telic did start to wind down her hours as a hero to increase time and searching for her son. All Might searched whenever he could but had to keep up his work as the number one for the peace of Japan and supported his wife wherever she needed it. 5. Aizawa looked through some of his contacts in the underground and they never saw him. No one has seen Izuku and that felt weird to Aizawa. Where did you go since no one has seen you in the underworld or on the streets? Aizawa thought. He did consider that Izuku may have fled to another part of Japan and asked his contacts there to keep an eye out. Nezu and the other friends of the family just keep looking during their hero work to see if they would ever find him. Sir Night-Eye had used his quirk again on All Might and tried to see if they would ever find him. Turns out they did. I don't have a clear view of everything. I can only see you standing with Inko in what appears to be Nezu's office. You were muttering about that you had found Izuku. Sir Night-Eye said. Nezu made a statement. I'm assuming it would be the UA entrance exam in roughly 3 years if they are in my office. I had my guess that Izuku would still try for it. It seems we either find him before or it will be fate to find him at UA. Nezu said. They decided to keep searching in the off chance that they find him before then but knew at one point they would find him. However, Sir Night-Eye gave one more warning. I'm sorry. I looked further as well to your death again. It's gotten clearer. As you know my quirk goes black when I can no longer see what's happening which means death in the terms of my quirk. I saw you on your knees surrounded by a city that is on fire. Buildings are destroyed and fallen across the ground. The person's face couldn't be seen from the angle I was given but they had red eyes with some marks in their eyes. Everything else was too dark due to the smoke from the fires. Sir stated and he told them that he still doesn't know when it will be since there are no identifying marks to tell him the date or year. 27. I will just have to face it when it comes. At least I know that I will find Izuku before that day since my death came after meeting him again. That is all I can really ask for. All Might stated. Inko just hugged Toshinori while the others were tense since they wouldn't know when his death would come. The only thing that they could do was to make the best of the time remaining and prepare the best they could to try and prevent that day from happening. Even Sir Night-Eye wanted to keep trying to change the future even though he believed it was impossible to do so. This was the end of the first month of Izuku being gone. If anyone is wondering, he won't start a high amount of training into the Mangekyo Sharingan until the middle of the second year of his training with Madara or so. 3rd POV. Izuku had recently finished the leaf concentration training and Madara has decided to teach him the hand signs that any jutsu really uses. He had Izuku turn his Sharingan on to ensure he copied them correctly since the Sharingan allowed the user to copy movements perfectly. Izuku asked why since he didn't know this information and Madara explained it. The Sharingan provides 2 broad abilities, the Eye of Insight and the Eye of Hypnotism. The Eye of Insight allows us to see chakra and detect irregularities in a person's chakra flow. Though this won't be really useful for you since there aren't other chakra users anymore. It also grants incredible clarity of perception to the point you can read lips and mimic people's movements. If you get good at it, you could predict their next movement which will come in handy for hero work. However, to do all of this you need to be physically able of keeping up with the visual information. That's why we keep increasing the weights you're wearing to train you to be able to do that. Madara stated. Izuku was really happy with these benefits of his eyes and this was only the Eye of Insight. He wondered about the Eye of Hypnotism though. Madara then explained the next broad ability of the Sharingan. Ninja can do genjutsu, but an Uchiha with his Sharingan can do genjutsu without doing the hand seals to perform it. We can do it via eye contact. This can be used to suggest thoughts and actions for our target, get information out of them, and some more complex actions if you get really good at it. We can also enter someone's mind and scan their memories and even erase them if we maintain eye contact long enough. Madara stated. Izuku was happy and wanted to ensure he trained really hard enough to protect himself. He could imagine the future where he would be strong enough for no one to oppose him, but he knew he needed to train hard. Madara just smirked at Izuku's thoughts and started to yell at him to get to work. Izuku had increased the number of weights on him to double what he had at the start of the month. He then ran around the mountain to do physical training. He used the chakra to boost his abilities and was jumping between the tree branches every once in a while since Madara wanted Izuku to get used to doing that to quickly move across places. Madara's words were, use the terrain to your advantage and use it to the disadvantage of your enemy. Don't show mercy. Don't stop until your opponent is beaten. Izuku also had the clones working. Izuku was able to create 4 clones to start with since his control of chakra still wasn't the best. He had only passed the leaf method, but there were still other methods as well to train control. Madara kept telling him that he needed to have very precise control for an important part of the training later on, which he wasn't told what it was. As such, the 4 clones were solely working on chakra control training and nothing else. 2 were working on tree climbing while 2 were working on water surface walking at the nearby lake. The reason that he had 2 clones doing the water walking before he mastered tree walking was due to Madara saying it would speed up the tree walking. Once you dispel the clones, you gain their experience and memories. Meaning as they overcome challenges, it will improve the new clones you make, making them do better. He also was told that he wouldn't be considered a master at either technique until he or a clone could stand sideways on a tree or stand on moving water for an entire hour without a break. This was because if he could only do it for 10 minutes, then he was screwed if he needed it for battle, since 10 minutes can go quickly during battle. As such, that is how his clones spent the next month while Izuku was working on the physical aspect, since they don't allow him to gain physical body experience. Madara was training Izuku in the clan's taijutsu style, which focused on fast movements of the body and throwing the enemies off their own movements to throw off ninjutsu or other attacks. This was because the Uchiha were better at ninjutsu and their eyes for genjutsu than taijutsu. Soon another entire month had passed. Madara wanted to see how Izuku would do on tree climbing. As such, he made him climb to the highest tree near them and stay on the side of it, and they timed it. 30 minutes passed and Izuku was still holding on. He was even walking around the side of the tree. Soon another hour passed and then he started to slip here and there. They called it for 1 hour and 40 minutes. Good job. You would be considered a master of tree walking in the Uchiha clan now, since you passed the hour mark and were able to walk as well. I would like to see it increased to a total of 3 hours. So moving forward, have 1 clone still working on this. Now, let's take a break and we will see the water walking after a 30-minute break. Madara stated. Soon they talked a bit about different things that Izuku will learn after the chakra control methods. Madara wanted a few clones always working on increasing chakra control due to how useful it is in the long run. They would also start having a few clones learn calligraphy so Izuku would be ready for fuinjutsu. The Uchihas were not masters in fuinjutsu at all, but they did study it to help them in battle and create storage scores. It also had many other usages that Izuku could explore later on. Madara explained that he wanted Izuku to be able to make seal weights which would replace the physical weights. The concept behind these seal weights is that the more chakra that one adds, the heavier the weight becomes. They could go far past any normal weight that could be made as well, which would help Izuku in training by large margins. Time passed and now it was time for the water walking test. The goal was to stand on the water for over an hour and not fall in. If he did, they would move on to the next stage. As such, Izuku took his clothing off except his boxers and walked onto the water. This lake did have some currents because it had a river feeding it and a river it feeds into. As such, the water did move up and down constantly. Izuku was on the water for 1 hour and 10 minutes before he fell into it. He was now soaked. Good job, you passed the 1 hour mark. We will leave a clone to keep working on water walking. I want to see it up to the 3-hour mark like tree climbing, but you have at least hit basic master level for it. I now want you to sit down and relax for 15 minutes, and after that, you need to feel your chakra and see how many clones you can make. Madara stated. If his guess was right, then Izuku should be around the 30 clone limit, since Izuku has gotten master level of chakra control for water walking and tree climbing over the entire month that has passed. Izuku finished resting and felt his chakra and made the clones. He had made 30 clones. Good. Now never go above this limit until you increase your chakra pool, which will increase over time, and as you practice and keep draining your pool near its limit, which will force your body to grow more at a better rate until you hit the maximum amount you can generate in one go. Madara explained. He also explained that he believed Izuku would get at least double the amount that he himself had when he placed the seal in the shrine, which is a lot. It would be enough to fight a battle for hours and recklessly throw ninjutsu around without a care. However, that could only be obtained via training and as Izuku got older. Madara had 5 clones to tree walking, 5 clones do water walking, and then the rest of the clones started to learn calligraphy for fuinjutsu in the future. After the clones go to work, the main body got back to work and started to do his physical training again. This time Madara had Izuku create a weapons area to train in his throwing abilities. He wanted Izuku to be able to throw 10 out of 10 shurikens and kunai without missing. The clones could be doing this, but he wanted Izuku to physically work out as well during this training. Also, Madara really wanted Izuku to get enough chakra control to learn medical jutsu for the eye transplant later on that he would talk about closer to the time. This was how another entire month had passed. Izuku now had been missing for a total of 4 months. The physical training was harsh and brutal since Madara never let up. Izuku had gotten his throwing skills to the stage of hitting 7 out of 10 in the center marking area. Izuku was disappointed, but Madara encouraged him. It's a good job. You were new at this and I didn't allow you to use clones for this portion since it was important for the clones to be working on their assigned goals. Madara stated, which made Izuku have a small smile. Izuku noticed that after leaving his parents and the city he has become colder and displayed emotions less. Madara explained that it was a normal trait of an Uchiha that he was picking up off of him and he shouldn't be worried. Only time you should worry is if you don't let anyone in at all. Then you have a problem. Uchihas were people that cared about others but didn't express it visually a lot but via our actions. Madara said. This calmed Izuku's worries. He knew he was likely never going to be open to ideas of family and love likely again, but would see in the future. He wanted to find people that could look past his coldness. 10. They decided to check on the clones' progress. Izuku would dispel the clones at the end of each day and then make new ones each morning. They arrived and asked the tree-walking ones how long they've been staying on the tree while moving around. We've been able to stay connected and walk around for 3.5 hours currently. Responded a clone. Madara was happy at this and had Izuku dispel them since he was now done with tree walking for now. They arrived at the water walking ones and they were told that the clones had been able to stay walking on the water for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Madara had Izuku dispel them. Tomorrow you need to make 10 clones and have them doing the water walking for about 2 more weeks and we will see if they are above the 3-hour mark, Madara stated. They then went to the 20 clones doing calligraphy. Madara had Izuku feed his chakra so he could project himself out. He then looked over the newest versions of the writing. Give it about 2 more weeks as well and they should be at a good stage to start practicing fuinjutsu, Madara stated. Izuku was so thankful for the shadow clones since it cut so much time out of his training. They sat down and rested for the day since it was getting late. Izuku had cleaned the entire shrine of all of the dust so it looked lived in quite well. Izuku had asked Madara to explain more about the clan and the history of the ninja. Madara explained how the Sage of 6 Paths happened and how the Uchiha clan and Senju clan were from the 2 brothers who fought constantly. Izuku thought this was depressing of the clans to fight for so long when they were in fact family. Madara was stunned at that viewpoint and realized no one from his time thought of it like that and then found it a bit depressing as well that so many died due to a brother's dispute. The next day arrived and Izuku got back to training. He sent the clones to do their things while he did his own routine. He was able to carry about 200 pounds on his body at all times while running with some challenge. Madara stated that Izuku would need to be able to lift with the weight seals a load of 1,000 pounds in addition to his own body weight to be efficient at keeping up with his Sharingan movements. The 2-week mark had arrived and they checked on the clones. The water-walking clones could now stay on the water and move around for 3 hours and 20 minutes. They were dispelled and they moved to the clones working on calligraphy. These clones were able to write at a level that Madara approved of. He described them as proficient level and that most seals could be made now. He suggested having a clone or two in the future keep working on it to become a master, but for what they needed it for it was good enough to start leaving Fuinjutsu. As such, they had the clones dispel and stopped for the day. Tomorrow they would have 10 clones working on Fuinjutsu while 10 other clones worked on ninjutsu. Izuku was happy that he would start learning ninjutsu now. The remaining 10 clones would start learning medical jutsu as well. It was another 2 months before any changes happened. The clones had cleared out an area around the lake for ninjutsu practice so Izuku could practice on land and over the lake. Izuku had learned a handful of ninjutsu from the clan. Some of the ninjutsu that Izuku clones have been working on was Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and Fire Release, Great Flame Flower. These techniques were mainly aimed at large-scale destruction and couldn't be used in hero work 90% of the time but were still good to learn since they were prominent Uchiha clan jutsus. 6. There was some other jutsu that Izuku clones started on but weren't proficient to use in battle yet, but he was planning on them. Some of these included lighting release attacks, but he could really only practice those when it was storming out so he could hide the use of them and not attract attention to his hiding spot. Though some he could use, like the lightning release, Spied Web, which was an attack that creates a surge of electricity around the user and electrocutes anyone caught in it. Izuku also did learn some other elemental release jutsus but focused on his main ones. However, at the end of the 2 months, Izuku was in for a surprise since his clones had learned some medical ninjutsu. They learned the chakra scalpel and the mystical palm technique. Izuku was curious as to why Madara wanted him to learn these 2 jutsus. He admits that they are useful to know to heal others and the chakra scalpel would be really useful for battle as well, but he felt there was something he was missing. That would be correct, Madara said from inside him. He had Izuku feed him some chakra for an avatar body. There is a hidden reason. From the start of this training, we have gotten you to have an advanced level of chakra control. We increased your physical training to put you on the path to keep up with the Sharingan at the best efficiency, started you on calligraphy for Fuinjutsu, which now you can create the weight seals and storage scrolls since you learned enough Fuinjutsu in these past 2 months, and on top of all that you also learned some medical ninjutsu which requires the higher level of chakra control that I had you train for. Now it's time for a big jump in the next request of mine for you. Madara said as Izuku sat in front of him respectfully, since Izuku respected the man as his sensei and his ancestor. You know of the Mangekyo Sharingan which I've prevented you from using. The reason for that is that you will go blind if you use it too much. However, there is a route around this and it's to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This is done by switching out your eyes for another Mangekyo Sharingan set of eyes. That is why you needed advanced chakra control to learn the medical ninjutsu, because you're going to have to cut your eyes out and replace them with my original set. Madara stated. Izuku was shocked. He didn't know what to think. He was just told that he would have to remove his own eyes to perform surgery on himself, which meant he had to be awake for it all. Izuku was frozen in his thoughts when Madara called him out of them. This is the only way. Otherwise, you will go blind each time you use the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it's too valuable not to obtain the eternal version since it provides so many things that will help protect yourself and others. However, the choice is yours to make since you have to do the surgery yourself. A mistake on your part could destroy the eyes, rendering you blind if you destroy a set of them. Madara stated. Madara also explained that they wouldn't attempt at training the Mangekyo Sharingan until the physical training and ninjutsu training was done due to how complex it was. Izuku also needed to be able to keep up with his Sharingan as well before they did the training, but Madara wanted to do the surgery now if Izuku would do it so his eyes would adjust to his body in the span of time before the training for his Mangekyo. As such, Izuku had to think about what he wanted to do. 2. It was currently at the end of 6 months since Izuku had left home and he had just been presented with a large decision he never knew he would need to make. Note: even though the training may seem fast due to the clones, it isn't. He hasn't done any genjutsu training with his Sharingan or other major ninjutsu training. He has learned the most basic ninjutsu that the clan warriors need to know. He hasn't explored through all of the other ninjutsu that the clan has gathered in its history nor other weapon training with swords or other things. As such, there is a lot of training he needs to do, like learning to better infuse his body with chakra for attacks and moving around. Third POV. Izuku took a week to decide on the surgery. He had asked his master more questions about the surgery and the benefits of him doing it versus the disadvantages. Madara explained that there wasn't really any disadvantage besides a slightly higher increase in chakra consumption, but with how much Izuku has trained in chakra control, the difference wouldn't be really noticeable. Izuku decided to do the surgery, but he was still scared. He had to take his own eyes out after all. They would use shadow clones to do it, but he still had to be awake and they only had some medicine to numb the eye areas, but Madara had stated that the pain would overcome the medicine easily. As such, Izuku will suffer unbearable pain and he has to resist the urge of his body collapsing to sleep under the pain. The reason was if for some reason the clones got dispelled, he would need to make new ones. 4. Izuku was nervous, but it was time for the surgery. Izuku had gotten a lot of water from the lake and boiled it. They had clean fabric ready and had laid some down for Izuku to lay on. After about 3 hours of preparing everything and sterilizing some knives that were in a storage scroll, they had ready. Madara showed Izuku where his original eyes were located at. It was hidden in a safe behind the Uchiha crest that was in the shrine hall where he found Madara at. Izuku did the hand seals as instructed and placed some of his blood. The seal came undone and a hole opened up and there were the eyes at. Now, it was time for the surgery. It's okay to be nervous. This will be painful, but you have survived the pain. You have survived the hatred. You will survive this and won't break. You will grow stronger so none one will look down on you again without suffering your wrath. You are Uchiha. Madara shouted the last part. This solidified Izuku's will and they got to work. The clones grabbed the eyes of their master and the sterilized equipment as well. They placed some gloves on and injected Izuku with some of the numbing agents into Izuku's face around his eyes. They waited for about 5 minutes and got to work. They pulled the eyelids back and used the medical ninjutsu and chakra scalpel to pull the eyes out. Izuku was screaming in pain. He was glad he had several extra clones made to hold him down to the ground. Master RRRR hurts so much. It's like all the pain in my life combined in one moment. Izuku yelled. Madara just encouraged him to keep pushing through. The eyes had been taken out. That was the hardest part, but it took about 5 minutes to do it, which meant 5 minutes of pain. 27. Now it was time to transplant the new eyes into him and heal him as they go in to ensure they attach to his body correctly. This was still painful, but not as much as removing them. Izuku calmed down a bit during the two parts. He was breathing hard but gritted his teeth and told the clones to get to work. A clone was working on each eye to ensure it went faster. They slowly placed the eyes in and used the mystical healing hands jutsu at the same time. It was around 10 minutes after they started placing them in that they finished. It took longer due to the fact that they needed to go slow to ensure they didn't damage anything and make sure everything attached. The clones wrapped Izuku's face in bandages since he would need to wear them for about 2 weeks before he could take them off. The clones didn't dispel since Izuku would not be able to see for 2 weeks. As such, they would do everything for him during the 2 weeks. They pulled Izuku over to the bed and laid him down and put a moist cloth on Izuku's forehead to help cool him down and help keep off a fever. As Izuku laid there, he could hear his master speak to him. "Good job, my student. You have done well. Now just rest and let the clones take care of you for the next 2 weeks. We will spend this time just talking about our clan history more and other things you would like to ask," Madara stated. Izuku grunted out a yes to his master since he was so exhausted. As Izuku listens to his master start talking about the earlier history of the clan, Izuku soon fell to sleep as he listened to his master's words. The 2 weeks passed a bit slowly since Izuku wasn't up and moving around like he was used to. They spent most of the time talking about facts and information from Madara's time. Izuku was interested in the different clans and how they all operated. Izuku also told Madara more about the current history and how quirks came to be and how many people are quirkless. Madara thought that people with quirks likely didn't have much ability or talent to use chakra at all and quirkless had a better chance, but they wouldn't know unless they tried to teach others, which Madara didn't want Izuku doing. Madara had told Izuku not to spread chakra to anyone else so that only the Uchiha clan would have it. This was due to how powerful chakra is compared to quirks. Quirks overall limit a person to what the quirk can do and their physical body can do. Chakra enhances the body but allows a vast world of possibilities that will outclass any quirk, even the so-called one for all that All Might had. Based on the description that Izuku gave Ho's All Might's strength, Madara had stated that it was possible to use chakra to match it. If you were to focus your training in physical enchantment with chakra, then it is possible to match his strength. However, it is far better to expand on many things and easily deal with him with many solutions than just being a one-trick shinobi. Madara stated. Soon, the last day of recovery came and it was time for Izuku to take his bandages off. Izuku started to pull his bandages off slowly. Do it slowly so your eyes can start to adjust as the light filters through the bandages as they get thinner. This will make it easier for them to adjust when they are fully off. Once they are off, go through the stages of your eyes. Madara stated. Izuku took about 5 minutes to take the bandages off and soon they all came off. He started with his basic Sharingan and then pushed it into his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It worked. Congratulations Izuku, I'm proud of you for bearing the pain to obtain the M's. Madara stated with a small smile on his face. The new Sharingan was like his old one, but the middle section was angled and shaped a bit differently and he had 3 new lines that looked like they were being pulled into the center of his eyes. He had now obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or M's. I can feel the power difference between the MS and the M's, Izuku stated. Izuku could see a small smile on his master's face. He was happy that he found Madara. He was happy that he could train to be a proud clan member and restore the Uchiha name into the world again. Now, we won't do training with it for now. I want them to adjust to your body more and want you to get other training done. We still need to get your physical abilities to match your Sharingan speed. As such, it's time to get to work, Madara stated with a cold smirk. Izuku felt a chill down his spine as he got up and summoned the 30 clones. 10 clones started working on making seals, storage seals, and other types that might come in handy. The goal was to be able to make a basic seal in 5 seconds while moving. 10 clones were set to spar between each other in physical combat. Another 10 clones worked on the ninjutsu and training on different ones while doing some experiments to create new ones. You live in an era with many new concepts and a far deeper understanding of how elements work in different compounds. Use that knowledge and have some clones experiment to come up with new attacks or how to make other attacks act differently. Madara stated. Izuku was stunned at that statement. His master was right. He lived in a far future from when these jutsu were made and they now had a better understanding to make different attacks or make the older ones more efficient. 10. As such, the 30 clones got to work. Izuku himself placed some of the freshly made weight seals on himself and increased the amount of weight he had on him. He was able to do 200 pounds before with some challenges. Now he had increased it to 300 and got to work. The end goal was to be able to move around with 1,000 pounds on himself to keep up with the Sharingan. This was how another 2 months passed with the clones doing what they were doing. It was now the end of 9 months since Izuku had left his home and he had never once left the mountain and its surrounding forest. During these 2 months, while Izuku clones were working on what they were doing, Izuku himself had made some gains in his weights. He was now sitting at 500 pounds total on his body at one moment and would increase it again soon. While doing this work he had also been working on his shurikenjutsu. In the past, he was doing 7/10 hits in the center but now he was doing 10 out of 10. Madara had a surprise though. Good, now hit 10 out of 10 while making the weapons bound off each other, Madara stated. Izuku just looked at his master funny until Madara shared a memory of him doing it in the past. Izuku now understood and knew how complex this was going to end up being. However, even though it was so complex and challenging to do, it would be so beneficial to catch opponents off guard. Izuku got to work and started to try it. It did not go as he hoped it would. Instead, it went horrible. He only landed 1 out of 10 and most of the blades would just clash in the air and fall to the ground. Madara just laughed at Izuku, who pouted at his master for laughing. Madara just looked at Izuku and said to keep trying since it was a more complex throwing method. He did give the advice that it's all in the wrist and how he throws it and the difference in speed between each weapon that mattered. Izuku took a break. Izuku wanted to think about the advice that his master had given him and decided that they should go look over the sealing practice that the clones did, and it turned out that Madara had approved of the basic seals that had been made by the clones. The clones had made storage seals, weight seals, explosive tags for combat, and a few other seals that they saw in the learning scrolls. Then both Madara and Izuku moved over to the clones that were working on physical sparring. Madara has seen a steady increase in Izuku's ability to fight. Since shadow clones had a mind of their own, it was very useful for this type of practice. Madara thought that Izuku's physical fighting ability was on par with a low mid-level warrior in the clan currently, which was very good. They then moved over to the clones that were working on ninjutsu. 1. The clones had trained with a lot of the clan's jutsu. They made sure they practiced it and got most of the basic clan jutsu learned to a proficient level. They even experimented on some things and came up with some new jutsu. One was a lighting release jutsu, and it allowed him to send an arc of lighting up into the air and direct it back down to the ground at a point with far more power after it pulled energy from the air. He called it Kirin. The clones created this move when there was a lightning storm going on one day. It requires there to be a good amount of clouds in the area to pull the natural lighting from to create the dragon of lighting, which he would direct towards the ground. The clones also created a lighting release attack via using the shuriken or kunai. The concept behind it was to place lighting chakra into it and throw it at enemies. If an enemy passed near the kunai, it would release the chakra and shock the people, stunning them long enough for Izuku to get up close and finish them. The clones also took the principle of the chakra scalpel and turned it into a lighting scalpel. He could use it to slice people and shock their nervous system as he cut into them. He could also make lighting fly off his hand from a distance and pierce into people, which he called lighting spear. 6. Good. You have started to apply modern theories to the jutsu and made them efficient or created some new techniques. Keep some clones working at making new ones and learning other elemental attacks as well. Now though, I want you to have 20 clones start fighting each other in close combat and have them start using jutsus while they are fighting. Madara stated. Izuku got the clones to work while leaving 10 clones to still work on learning jutsus. Izuku went back to his physical training and his throwing weapons training. Another 3 months have passed and now it has been an entire year since Izuku has left home. During these 3 months, Madara did not let up at all. Izuku had gotten himself up to 800 pounds on his body. It was turning out to be around a 100-pound increase each month at his current pace, which they were happy with since they still had roughly 2 years left. Izuku's body was really toned and didn't have any part lacking due to all of the physical training he has done. Madara has also started to make Izuku run through the forest and go across it at a high speed while having all of his clones throw blunted down weapons at him. They blunted them just in the event that he screwed up and didn't dodge a weapon in time. The goal of this training was to increase his physical abilities but also increase his situational awareness around him. He was dodging about 80% of the weapons thrown at him. Madara wouldn't consider him passing until he could dodge all of them and do it while running across the forest. One mistake is death. You are currently in the safety of our shrine where there is no hostile threat. However, the day you leave this mountain to go to Uchiha, you will meet your family again. You will face those that wish to claim your life. During that time you must overcome all odds because you are a proud Uchiha and you are not allowed to be defeated during battle. You must claim victory or be dishonored and face the possibility of death. Madara stated with a scowl. Izuku knew this well. He refused to be defeated anymore and he refused to be dishonored like he was in the past. He refused to bow his head to others anymore. He now had a clan to represent and he needed to represent it with honor. Izuku refused to dishonor the clan name. He refused to allow the Uchiha name to be stained by him because he bowed his head. He was a Uchiha and was proud of it. 23. During the past 3 months, Izuku had also gotten his throwing weapons training up to 8 out of 10 hits. Now, this wasn't the basic throwing weapon training where he was already at 10 out of 10 all the time. Instead, this was when he was making the weapons hit each other and strike a target once it had bounced off another weapon. Madara was proud of Izuku's training and achievements so far. It was only a matter of time before Izuku could overcome many opponents due to his vast skills and powers. Even then Izuku refused to ever stop training because Izuku had put his blood, sweat, and tears into this training and refused to ever take a step backward. During this past year, Izuku has also started to grow his hair out, and now he was looking more and more like his master Madara. Though if someone got up close to them both the people could easily tell the difference because of their faces, but from a distance, someone could easily mistake Izuku for a younger version of Madara. This was how Izuku's first year away from home had come to an end. Madara told Izuku that once he had achieved 1,000 pounds and could move without a problem while running across the forest and dodge weapons as well, then they would start the training of his Sharingan, which would include genjutsu and the many things that it can be used for in exploring the abilities of Izuku's M's. Izuku was thrilled at that fact and got straight back to training the moment his body wasn't tired anymore. Third POV. Izuku could be seen on the lake sitting down and meditating. He was doing meditation for many reasons. One, to help keep his mind calm, to help grow his chakra through meditation, and to prepare himself mentally for the next challenge that Madara had placed in front of him. This challenge would be rough for Izuku though. Madara was in a chakra avatar state in front of him waiting. The moment Izuku opened his eyes, Madara used his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and placed Izuku into the Tsukuyomi. The reason for this is because Izuku was undergoing ruthless mental training. Due to Izuku's past, Madara was concerned that Izuku might let his emotions get the better of him on the day that he met his past family. As such, Madara decided to place Izuku through mental conditioning. Izuku would be exposed to Madara's past memories from the Great Warning period between the clans. These would be bloody memories that would desensitize Izuku quite a bit, so Izuku would become better at controlling his emotions in stressful situations and not go into a rage state when he saw his parents or Bakugo. This would also allow Izuku to become more efficient in battles since he would be desensitized to blood and wounds. Madara had warned Izuku that he would become a bit colder on the outside towards other peoples and most would not know what he truly thinks. This did have its benefits of being less easy to read but would put people off from him if they could not see past his cold exterior. As such, making friends and allies might prove problematic in the future. Izuku was willing to accept the results since he didn't want people that couldn't get used to him. 7. Izuku entered the Tsukuyomi and started to witness the memories as they went by. He saw the battles that Madara was in, he saw the death of Izuna Uchiha, the brother of Madara. He saw the awakening on Madara's M's as well. The battles were bloody and harsh, but Izuku also saw the end of it and the start of the peace that was built between the Senju and Uchiha. Soon he came out of the Tsukuyomi and was breathing hard. You just went through my entire life up to the day that I placed the seal in the shrine, and yet it was only 1 hour out here. That is the power of the Tsukuyomi. In there the caster is God. They control time and reality itself. Madara stated as he looked at Izuku. Izuku soon caught his breath and looked up at Madara. You could see that Izuku had grown a bit colder in his gaze. It was a lot. Yet the building blocks of peace was started between two old enemies, Izuku stated. Madara had Izuku return to the shrine and rest and let himself adjust to the effects of going through Madara's entire life. 2. It has been 1 year and 6 months since you left your home, Izuku. You found yourself here by fate and have grown stronger with each passing day. I'm proud of your training and your will to overcome everything that stands in your way. Madara stated. They haven't started the training on the Sharingan or the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan yet. Izuku had hit the 1,000 pound mark. They would keep that weight on and not increase anytime soon. The reason was that Madara wanted to have Izuku moving perfectly with it on. He needed to be able to run through the forest on the trees, dodge attacks, and even swim with that much weight on him to be considered passing. Izuku was able to run across trees without a problem. He was able to dodge most attacks as well and was getting swimming down since he was allowed to enhance his body with chakra to swim. As such, the moment was able to finish these things, they would start the training. 3. In his other training, Izuku had finished with his throwing weapon training and is able to hit his weapons and bounce them off each other and still get 10 out of 10 hits on the center of the targets. Izuku has also started to learn how to wield blades and the gunbai during these past 6 months as well. The clones were also working on jutsus and doing combat training as well, and Madara was greatly pleased with the results. They had come up with different jutsus that were less damaging and had practiced a lot of time on other elemental release attacks and defense jutsus so that he would have non-lethal attacks for hero work. Some were the mud wall jutsu, the great breakthrough jutsu, and even the substitution jutsu to replace himself or even other people with random objects. He even learned how to transform himself or his clones into other people or items. This would be good for information gathering or other missions. Soon, though, a few weeks had passed and Izuku's rest was over, Madara decided it was time for his training on his Sharingan to start. Madara first focused on the Eye of Insight abilities of the Sharingan. Izuku spread clones out at various distances and practiced reading their lips and was getting better at it. He also had the clones do different movements, from writing things or doing hand signs that he would copy quickly with the Sharingan. One thing that Madara had Izuku really put an entire month into was finding other chakra signatures from animals in the forest or his clones. Even if people were not using chakra, every life form from animal to a human has some chakra inside of them since it is life energy itself. As such, he trained in finding and identifying it in his surroundings. He couldn't see through all obstructions, but he could see through some in his surroundings in a limited radius. Madara explained another eye of a clan that was called the Bakugo, which could see through almost any obstructions, unlike the Sharingan users which were limited to a radius around them. 3 months had passed since they had started this training, and Madara believed Izuku was at a level good enough to start the Eye of Hypnotism training. Izuku wasn't a matter or even near it in the other training, but Madara wanted him to have both pieces of training started and then they would use the clones to help speed it up later. Madara wanted Izuku doing the initial training himself under his watchful eyes to ensure it was going how it should before letting the clones perfect it all. Izuku was really interested in the Eye of the Hypnotism training section. His interest grew even more after being put through Madara's memories through the Tsukuyomi. This training section included powerful abilities, though Madara had a warning for him. Don't use it on every single person. Genjutsu can cause mental damage to people. As such, only use it when you really need to, or using the other broad abilities under this training section, like reviewing people's memories or erasing someone's memories. If someone was placed under a powerful genjutsu for too long, then it could put them in a comatose state. Madara stated. Izuku grimaced at this. What about when you put me under? Izuku asked him. You didn't really suffer mental damage but became colder since you more or less lived my memories. What I'm talking about is genjutsu with the purpose of harming the opponent. Though when we practice some on you so you understand what they feel like, you will be able to resist it far better since you can use chakra and you have a Sharingan. Madara stated. Soon they started the Eye of Hypnotism training. Another 3 months have passed and now it has been 2 entire years since Izuku had left his home. For the past 3 months, Izuku has worked on his genjutsu abilities. Izuku used his own clones to practice on since they had a mind of their own. Izuku had gotten good at placing people under a genjutsu with only a small glance of eye contact. Madara taught Izuku several different genjutsus that requires the Sharingan. One was the demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique. It would force the opponent to feel the sensation of having spikes driven through them and making them lock into place unable to move. Another one was the method of extraction of information, erasing memories, and the ability to remove genjutsu placed by others or even controlling someone's body and having them perform actions. 3. After the 3 months of practicing that he did, he gained a good basic level of genjutsu abilities. Izuku had some trouble practicing the reviewing of memories and erasing memories since he only had his clones, but they found a way around this by telling the clone information and then Izuku erasing it. They then questioned the clone about said information and found that Izuku was able to erase the information. Even though clones would transmit the memories back, even the lack of the erased ones would transmit but not affect Izuku since he had already known the information. As such, they used this method to train his genjutsu's abilities and reached a point that Madara was willing to let the clones take over and perfect their skills and experiment without his supervision. It was now time for Izuku himself to start training his abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan and discover what abilities he had himself. Madara explained that most Mangekyo Sharingan had several basic abilities. As such, Madara suggested Izuku try the Tsukuyomi first. Madara explained how he performs it, and soon after some attempts he was able to throw a clone of his into it. He discovered the sensation of time moving differently between the Tsukuyomi and the real world, where he could feel as well. He knew he was still in the real world, but a portion of his mind was inside the fake world where he controlled it. Izuku could also feel the drain on chakra but wasn't concerned about it unless he had to perform it many times in a row. Madara explained that Izuku had far greater chakra than most Uchihas and was closing in on the point of almost doubling what he himself had when he took over as the clan head during the warning period. This was a large amount of chakra for a person to have. Madara also explained that he expected the cap on his chakra to be 3x the amount that he himself had as clan head, which was an alarming amount but still nothing compared to a tailed beast, which Izuku was glad that they weren't around anymore. 10. The next ability that Izuku was training on was the Amaterasu. Madara explained this was the highest level of fire release possible, since it was thought of as the god's fire. Due to it being flames of the god, it would burn former and could never be put out even using water, time passing, or any other method. Only the user that cast it could put it out. Though Madara warned that it causes a lot of strain. The theory for this was because they as humans were summoning a weapon of God and were being punished for it, which causes the user's eye to bleed. It doesn't leave any side effects except the loss of blood. The next month Izuku attempted another ability which Madara explained was the Susanoo. This was a gigantic avatar made of the user's chakra, which can be used for fighting and is said to be an amazing defensive ability, but it costs a large amount of chakra. Madara explained that it has multiple stages as well and gets stronger as the user gets better at it. Izuku got it after quite a few attempts and was able to manifest the skeletal stage, which was the first stage. Izuku was tired after doing this since he has never pushed that much chakra out at one time. It's a taxing ability but so useful once you get good at it, Madara stated. It took Izuku 3 months, a month per ability. They discovered that Izuku currently does not have access to the other abilities and he wasn't likely to get access to the others that Madara knew of. Once they knew what abilities he had, they had clones start working on each ability. 5 clones were working on each ability and the remaining 15 clones worked on the genjutsu and other Sharingan abilities. Izuku himself went back to other training methods. He focused on increasing his chakra a bit more and doing other training like the weapons training for swords and using his lighting chakra to coat the sword. He created a few attacks by throwing the lighting chakra off his sword and using it to stun people or pierce through things. He could make his sword sharper to cut things or pierce things while also dulling the lighting to just stun as he cuts people. 5. It was now 2 years and 3 months since Izuku had left his home. He only had a few months left before the UA test would start and he would need to return to society and be found. Izuku knew he would need to leave the shrine to go take the exam at the 2 years and 11th month mark, since that is when the exam is set to start. As such, Madara and he got the clones to work during the last few months and Izuku was combining all of his learning into each other to get his teachings to come to fruition. The last few months passed quickly and Madara had also taught Izuku an extremely useful jutsu. This jutsu is called the body flicker technique, or also called shunshin. It allows the user to move at an extreme speed that people mistake for teleportation. It uses chakra to vitalize the body and move at extremely large speeds. Stated Madara. Izuku got a handle on this jutsu pretty easily due to learning everything else beforehand, which included far more complex abilities. His physical training to efficiently use the Sharingan also played a good role in this since it increased his speed. Madara approved of its use in battle. Normally, you would only use this to move around short or long distances without using it in a battle, but the speed you are moving at due to the training I put you through has allowed you to go speeds that are acceptable for battles, Madara stated. More weeks passed and it was now 3 months before the UA entrance exam. Madara challenged Izuku to a battle inside the Tsukuyomi world where Izuku would fight Madara in a dance. Izuku always loved how his master described a battle as a dance and had picked up the habit himself. "Let us dance, master, let us dance," Izuku called out. They both went charging at each other and fought. The battle lasted 6 hours inside the Tsukuyomi while only seconds passed in the real world. The battle came out in Madara's win. Good attempt. The reason you lost is that even though I'm dead and I'm only a mass of chakra now, I lived through many battles and have the actual experience while you don't. However, compared to other Uchihas and warriors from other clans, I would describe you as a high-level warrior. You could face many people and win many battles, though you lack the battle experience which is your enemy currently. As such, against top-tier warriors, you would lose as you did now. Remember, you are not a god. You can die and lose. It's important to take experiences like this that are friendly between master and student and turn it into lessons to win against the enemies. Madara stated, though they both knew that Izuku would have to limit himself in the future since most current humans couldn't withstand most attacks that Izuku or Madara threw off. Izuku would need to limit himself to non-lethal attacks or keep lethal attacks to a minimum and ensure they don't kill people since heroes are meant to save and not kill every villain they come across. 5. The last 3 months also included formal training in the clan aspects such as knowing the customs and clan laws. Madara explained that even though the clan is gone except for Izuku, it was still good to know it since it helped guide the clan during troubles and Izuku could use them to guide his life if he wishes. The clones were still doing the training while Izuku was doing this formal training though and kept experimenting on many things and sparring with each other. Izuku had planned to leave multiple clones at the shrine and keep them training even when he has to go to Ua since he would return to the shrine to live. The shrine was around 40 minutes away from Ua and Izuku could reach it via the Shunshin ability fairly quickly than the 40 minutes that normal people would take and reach it in roughly 5 minutes. Now, it was time for him to return to the world. He would still train when he returned to the shrine but now people would be constantly trying to follow him back there and he would need to be on guard. Izuku looked like a mix of his old hairstyle and his master's. The back of the hair was longer while his front was the same length as he arrived. When he fought his back hair would fly around as his master's hair does. Izuku was ready to take on the world and based on Izuku's memories, Madara thought that Izuku could use jutsus and his enhanced body to fight All Might but would have to put some effort into it. Though if he used his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities or placed All Might in a genjutsu he would easily win. The problem was that if he used the genjutsu he would run the risk of causing mental damage if it was too strong. Sit down my student, Madara stated. 6. Izuku sat down on the floor in front of Madara. You have come a long way, my student. Remember, you are not God and if you lower your guard and look down on your opponent then you could run the risk of your death. Remember a cornered dog is a far stronger dog due to the fear of death. Madara stated. Izuku just bowed his head and thanked Madara for all of the teachings. Now I shall watch and provide guidance from inside of you moving forward. However, now it's time for you to live your life as your own. I won't get involved unless I think you are going too far in a matter or screwing up too much and you need to be disciplined. Otherwise, I will just communicate when I see fit. Madara stated and Izuku acknowledged this. He did want to live his life the best he could on his own as well. Now, it's time for the exam in a few days. As such, go forth and announce to the world that you are no longer Izuku Yagi. Instead, you are a proud member of the Uchiha clan. You are Izuku Uchiha. Madara yelled out. Izuku just responded with a loud yes in reply and started to prepare his outfit for the day. He was going in the battle outfit clothing from Madara's war outfit without the armor since it wouldn't be allowed. The outfit had the clan symbol on it as well since he planned to represent his clan with all of his actions. Izuku refused to bow his head anymore, for he is Izuku Uchiha and he is a proud member of the Uchiha clan. 3rd Pav. 1. Now, you might be wondering how does a middle schooler who ran away has the educational knowledge to attend a high school? A hero high school at that. Well, after Izuku ran away and started all of the training he used a clone that he hinged into a random person to acquire some items such as a laptop and a generator that he could charge said laptop from. The Wi-Fi was spotty in some places but he was able to locate a good spot in the shrine area that he could access the internet from since he used some of the money to buy an internet Wi-Fi service. As such, he signed up for middle school classes online under the name of Izuku Uchiha and did his education during his relaxing time from physical training so he didn't burn his body out. As such, over the 3 years, He had run away. Izuku did keep up with his education and even did some extra studying for high school level stuff in his spare time. 13. This meant that Izuku could submit an application to UA High School. This time he sent a clone henge as another random person and had it arrive in an internet cafe so that he could submit the application a few months before the exam as required. The reason he didn't use his laptop was that he knew his parents were good friends with Principal Nezu of UA. He knew Nezu was a family friend and could likely put his first name together with him and make the assumption that Izuku Uchiha and Izuku Yagi was likely the same person due to his high-spec quirk. However, even a high-spec quirk can't solve the appearance difference, nor can it solve the said random person who submitted the application just disappearing out of thin air as they walk into an alley out of camera view. That was how Izuku got around the high-spec quirk and kept his shrine and location hidden. He refused to have it found so easily. Izuku was glad that Madara had taught him some seals and genjutsu that he used to hide the shrine. He placed a seal up that acted as a barrier that stopped anyone from getting to the barrier. It didn't physically stop them. No, it used a genjutsu to mess with people's senses and redirect them away from the shrine. There was a space-time seal formation set up to stop people from teleporting in with a quirk. It would just drop them into the genjutsu if they attempted via that method. Izuku had to get Madara's help doing that seal formation since Izuku didn't have the skill level in seals like he did to perform that so easily. He knew the concepts but putting them into practice was harder than talking about doing it. As such, Izuku had set up these barriers a week before he left for the exam and was sure his home wouldn't be touched by non-Uchiha hands. I might want to use clones in the future to make a fake shrine to hide the real one. This way if I can't lose someone or want to lead someone to it then I can sacrifice the fake shrine, thought Izuku as he was walking down the pathway towards UA. He has been getting looks from people. He enhanced his ears with chakra and heard what they were talking about. Hey, isn't that the missing boy from years ago? Wasn't he All Might's and Telek's son? They said as they whispered to each other. Some even pulled out their phones and called the police to inform them, but by the time they would get there, Izuku would already be at UA. About 5 minutes later he found himself in front of UA. He walked in and ignored everyone since they were all too busy looking around UA. Might get lucky and no one notices me until after the exam has already started. Izuku thought. He checked in at a check-in station and got his exam number and was directed to a test site. After about 15 minutes of waiting in this test site, a staff person walked in and started to give instructions before starting the exam. The staff person was a clone of ectoplasm. I wonder if my eyes work on a clone of his. Izuku thought, and he knew he would have to figure out a way to experiment on it in the future. The test started and Izuku got to work on the written exam. The ectoplasm clone kept his eyes on Izuku since he felt familiar with the clone. 4. Why does that boy look familiar? I feel like he was involved in a case before that I worked, but I don't know what his involvement was, though the ectoplasm clone. The clone just kept glancing at Izuku throughout the test to keep a watchful eye on him. Soon after, about 1 hour had passed and the exam came to an end. Izuku felt that he did extremely well on the exam and was looking forward to the physical. They were guided to an assembly room where all of the exam takers sat down. What Izuku did notice was one blonde-haired kid in the room with him. To think he was here, always getting out of punishments, aren't we, Bakugo? But no matter. I really hope we are in the same class so I can show you I will never bow again. Izuku thought. The blonde had noticed the black-haired boy as well and had many thoughts going through his head. Izuku, so you are alive. Bakugo thought. He always hated the feeling of hopelessness that he found himself in when he could no longer control his life as he had before. People no longer looked up at him due to his quirk and raw talent of being a hero. Instead, they looked at him with pity, with disgust. Just like how they looked at Izuku, and Bakugo hated the feeling. His parents forced him into anger management and therapy. It has calmed down his issues for the most part, but there were times he would revert back to his past self and lash out. He still called people horrible nicknames and said he would become the number one regardless of what other people thought of him, but he was less explosive at people most of the time. It was a tamed-down version of his old self. Soon, though, everyone was paying attention to the staff person that came upon the stage. Izuku was listening into the staff person who turned out to be Present Mike. He lifted the brochure in front of his face to hide it so Present Mike had a less chance of spotting him and calling him to the side before the exam started. As he listens, he already read the brochure, which had listed some key information about switches to turn robots off. Izuku had an evil idea. Madara just chucked when he read his student's mind. Izuku planned to limit himself and only use his enhanced chakra strength. Even without it, he could still damage the robots, but with it, he could just rip heads off of the robots. I wonder what they will think when they see me just using what they assume is natural body strength, which will make me appear quirkless, thought Izuku. Soon the announcer was cut off by a kid with glasses that looked like a rich kid. The kid asked a question about the last robot and how there was an error if there were only 3, since Present Mike hadn't talked about the last one yet. The kid also pointed out how Izuku had his face in the pamphlet the entire time and said if he wasn't going to pay attention then he should leave. Izuku just ignored him and kept his face in the paper. The kid only got more annoyed at this display. Present Mike put a stop to it though and corrected the kid. 3. Soon everyone was dismissed to their test site. Izuku discovered that he was placed in the same site as the rich kid with blue hair that called him out earlier. Izuku started to move towards the front of the people so he could run in when it started. As he started to move forward, a hand came onto his shoulder. If you are here to just waste time, then you shouldn't be here and ruin other people's chances, the blue hair kid said. Izuku just turned his head and glared. Unknown to everyone is that he had his Sharingan activate, but it was hidden due to a simple genjutsu that Madara had taught him to change his eye's appearance. The reason for this is because they wanted to hide his eyes for as long as possible but still be able to use them freely. The blue hair kid just stiffened as he felt like he was being stared at by death itself. Izuku just walked away since the other person didn't talk anymore. Soon, Izuku made his way up to the front of the pack and stood next to a girl with purplish hair and had 2 plug-like earphone jacks hanging from each of her earlobes at the end of 2 thin cords that looked like they could extend a certain distance. Izuku was interested in how that type of quirk worked. Though he turned his head back towards the gate, Izuku noticed Present Mike walking on the wall and then he screamed "Go!" right as the gate opened. Everyone was confused by Izuku, who ran in. The girl noticed and followed behind him, which amused Izuku since she was smart enough to pay attention to her surroundings since she heard him move. 4. Everyone was yelling at them for starting before it was time, but after about 1 minute in, Present Mike yelled for everyone to get moving. There isn't a countdown in heroics. It's life or death, people, Mike yelled. Though by this time the 2 people inside had already scored some points before anyone else ran in. As this was going on, there were staff members watching from a control room. The room had a dark tint to it but had light from the screens. In this room was Principal Nezu, Midnight, Present Mike, Smentos, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Vlad King, Eraserhead, and 2 new teaching staff members, All Might and Telic. Recovery Girl was down near the test sites so she could start healing people when it was over. The staff was talking about who they thought would pass this year. Nezu had spotted Bakugo and got annoyed a bit again at remembering how All Might screwed Nezu over on that issue. One day I'll figure out how to deal with that or make his time really painful to be here, thought Nezu, who has been enjoying making All Might's life miserable. One example was the mountains of paperwork that needed to be completed to hire both the Yagis on staff. Nezu had made the process even harder than needed to just screw with them. He also required them to get basic teaching credentials or he would refuse to hire them, which proved really hard for them since the incident with their son. The process took 2 years for them to do when normally it only takes 1 year for the basic stuff that is needed, which may or may not have had Nezu's hand involved in that as well. However, they didn't need to know that. 10. As Nezu was looking over the exam takers, he noticed one person. This person caught his eye, and what did Nezu find? He found a kid that looked like an aged-up version of Izuku Yagi with longer hair in the back that was tied in a ponytail currently. Nezu pulled the student file based on the exam number and he found it. I see, that was smart of you, Izuku, Nezu thought as he saw that Izuku put a different last name and had done his middle school online under the new last name. Why Uchiha though? Nezu thought. He didn't know the significance of the last name based on his knowledge and thought it was randomly picked. Aizawa noticed that Nezu pulled the file out and looked at the screen that Nezu had looked at and realized what Nezu found. Aizawa got up and went to Nezu and motioned for the file which Nezu provided. Sir Night-Eye was right, we did find him here at the exam. Aizawa stated. This caught everyone's attention and the Yagis looked over in shock when they saw the person on the screen. They saw a black-haired and black-eye exam taker ripping through robots with their hands and using metal parts to destroy other robots by stabbing them in the eyes. They whispered the word son, which annoyed Aizawa. Nezu nodded to Aizawa since they knew what was going to happen next. Aizawa pulled his phone out and texted someone a message. It was time to set some things into motion. 7. Soon everyone turned back to the exam and kept watching, and a lot of them watched Izuku do a lot of work with only physical strength. Damn, this kid must have trained really hard. He is ripping the robots' heads off with inertia or using other robot parts to destroy other things by spearing them with metal parts. He is doing this all without a quirk. Snipe said, shocked as he read the file. They all started to remember that detail about Izuku. They remembered he was quirkless and they were all shocked since he was gaining a decent amount of points. As long as there isn't any grand change in points by others. Izuku will make it into the hero course. He is on track at his speed to place in the middle of the pack of passing students on villain points alone. Nezu stated to the surprise of everyone. This meant that they would have the first quirkless hero at UA. Though Izuku is quirkless, he isn't normal as a regular quirkless person. He is far more powerful than they could ever think of. They just haven't challenged him enough to force him to show the powers of the Uchiha clan. Nezu, after the exam is over, can you call him to the staff room? We need to talk to him. Telek said. Nezu agreed to it since Aizawa and Nezu had something to talk to Izuku about as well. Nezu had already alerted Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye of Izuku being found. They wouldn't arrive in time before the exam ended, so they would have to see him another time. The exam was moving forward and it was now time to let the 0-pointers out. Aizawa had hit the button and released the robot. Now back in the exam itself, Izuku had been making his way through the robots left and right. With his enhanced strength due to chakra, the robots were easy to rip their heads off. If he was punching through the chest, it would be a bit different. But why work harder when you can work smarter? Izuku did notice that the girl he stood next to was doing great as well. He noticed that she would stab the robots with her jacks and break them apart with vibrations. She could also send a blast of sonic waves that destroyed the missiles in the air as they came towards her. She really is good at applying her quirk. Most would just assume it's only good for enhanced hearing or increasing sound, while she seemed to have studied her quirk quite well. Then the ground started to shake near the last 5 minutes of the exam. Izuku saw the large robot coming and decided to just leave it for now since he didn't want to show more than his physical strength for now. 3. He turned around and started to leave when he heard a cry of pain. Izuku turned around and saw that the purple-haired girl had a piece of rubble fall on her since the 0-pointer had broken a part of the building. Izuku just ran over and lifted the boulder off her and picked her up bridal style. She was flustered as Izuku did then, but let it happen. As Izuku was running back, he saw another girl was trapped, but she got saved by a purple-haired kid who ran in and pulled her out and carried her away. They all arrived near the front and the exam was called. Izuku just kept the purple-haired girl in his arms as he looked around for Recovery Girl. The girl asked to be put down, but Izuku just looked at her and said to wait. She was confused until they arrived in front of Recovery Girl. When she looked up and healed the girl, her eyes widened when she saw who was holding the girl. Well, it has been quite a few years, hasn't it, dearie? It's good to see you alive. You know Nezu and your uncle will call for you right away, so just go ahead and head to the staff room before he calls you and lets everyone know you are here. Recovery Girl stated. Izuku agreed with that idea and put the girl down, who just thanked him. Thanks for the help. My name is Jiro Kyoka, she said with a slight blush from being carried as she was. Izuku just turned back to her and said, no problem, Jiro. My name is Uchiha Izuku, Izuku said as he turned around and walked away. Some people were whispering how cold he seemed, but Jiro felt different. His actions were not that of a cold person. He could have left her to her fate in the exam. He could have put her down when they arrived back at the start area, but he didn't until he was sure she was healed. She then heard Recovery Girl mutter something under her breath that others but her couldn't hear. Damn All Might and Telic. This is the result of your actions. He has become cold towards the world. Recovery Girl muttered as she walked away. Jiro was confused about what Recovery Girl meant but put it outside of her mind for now as she decided to go home and wait for the results. She was hoping she would meet Uchiha again in the future. Third POV. Izuku walked away from Jiro and started to head into the school. He could hear people mutter that he was really cold, but he didn't care. He just kept on walking. Remember, Izuku, keep your emotions under control. We put you through all of that mental training for this moment. They are bound to be inside that room when you arrive. Madara stated. Izuku just listened in and kept moving. After about 10 minutes of walking from the exam site to the building, he arrived in the building and was standing outside of the staff room. He could have arrived quickly but didn't want to show his hand. He also wanted to use the time to keep his emotions in control. As Izuku arrived outside the staff room, he saw his uncle. Izuku had mixed emotions about his uncle. He was never in his life after the age of 6, nor did Izuku know why he stopped being in his life. Izuku, Aizawa said with a tear going down his face, but still had his normal expression on his face, but Izuku could see the softness in his eyes. As Aizawa stood off the wall and straightened up, he started to talk. I'm sorry that I believed their stupid lies when I asked how you were doing. I asked them if you were doing fine or if they needed a babysitter, and they always told me they were fine and had it handled. I didn't know that it meant that they gave you a damn bank card and left you alone. I'm sorry, nephew, that I didn't question them and check in on you in person. I'm sorry I failed you. If you give me the chance, I will do better by you. Aizawa said as he walked towards the room, leaving Izuku there to his thoughts. Izuku was watching his uncle the entire time for any signs of lying, and he saw nothing. The choice of giving anyone another chance is yours alone. However, it's time to enter the room. Madara said to break Izuku out of his thoughts. 4. Izuku straightened up and steeled his expressions and walked into the room to be met with the staff and the 2 Yagis. Hello, Izuku. Thank you for joining us. Nezu stated. Izuku just nodded his head towards Nezu. They were all tense since Izuku wasn't talking. Then he did. May we get to what you want to speak about? I would like to return home at a reasonable time. Izuku stated. Izuku never looked at his biological parents at all the entire time. He just looked straight forward at Nezu and didn't break off from looking. Nezu felt his skin crawl a bit since he felt like he was being stared down by an apex predator. Oh. Nezu, only if you knew. Aizawa then spoke up. Izuku, we would like to know what happened after you left. We weren't able to track you down, nor did anyone in Japan locate you, even though All Might and Telic came out about the neglect. Aizawa stated. Izuku nodded his head. I'm not going to talk about everything since it's none of UA's business or anyone else's. I found a new home where I found a master who taught me how to be strong. That is all you need to be concerned about. Izuku stated. Vlad King really didn't like how Izuku was speaking to them and decided to open his mouth. Kid, listen here, we are needing more than that. How did you survive? We found no traces of the money you stole from your parents be used at hotels or other places. We found no traces of you being in any city or in the crime world. Vlad King. Izuku just scoffed at the word stolen. Stole? I didn't steal anything. I was within my legal right to take all that money. It's only theft if you can actually arrest me on it, which you can't. They legally gave me the bank card and told me to use it how I saw fit. As such, I highly suggest you be mindful of your words, Vlad King. Izuku stated with a cold tone and a glare at the hero who felt a shiver down his spine. 4. Aizawa just hid a smirk under his capture gear. Nezu just raised his lips slightly that others wouldn't notice, but Izuku did with his eyes. All Might decided to speak up at that point. Son. That is no way to talk to a hero. He said. Izuku just gave a dark chuckle. Oh, you act like heroes are to be held as gods and that I should grovel at their feet. Do remember that you have set a horrible standard for heroes for me, All Might. Also, never call me your son. I've thrown my former family name away. It's Uchiha Izuku from now on, and you are to call me by my last name since we are nothing more than strangers. Do you understand, All Might? Telic, Izuku said with a glare. Inko just had some tears going down her eyes. We are still your parents. We will do better this time around, Inko stated. It was at that moment a knock happened and in came the detective. Right on time, Detective, Nezu said. The detective looked at Izuku and was glad that they had found him, or rather he found them. Izuku, good to see you alive. I've brought the papers you wanted, Nezu and Aizawa, he stated. He handed the papers over and Nezu quickly filled things out. Izuku, as you know, they want you to return home with them. Though I'm doubtful you would go easily or at all, Nezu said. Then Aizawa started talking. Due to the fact that All Might and Telic were relied upon so much by the government and it was their first crime that is known, they got off easy in my opinion. However, that doesn't stop me from doing this route. Izuku, these are papers that would transfer you into my custody instead of theirs. We can launch a legal case against them and have your guardianship changed to me if you wish. We've had this case built and finished roughly half a year after you left. The choice is yours, Aizawa said. The staff and Yagis were shocked. All Might stood up saying that he couldn't do that. Aizawa just smirked. Actually I can. You already got punished for the neglect, which proves you were guilty of it. Meaning the case is far easier for me to win. Also, I can invoke the Hero Child Safety Act that allows me to remove him from your care, which will start the case in court where we will fight it out. Do you think they will agree with you and keep him in your care over mine, who didn't get charged with the crimes that you did? Aizawa said with a smirk as he stared All Might down when he triggered his quirk and made him go into his skinny form. Madara was laughing inside of Izuku. I like him. If you trust him, then you could go into his care. You should see if he will allow you to act as you have been, with just checking in with him from time to time if you decided to stay at the shrine still. His smirk and glare remind me of an Uchiha. It seems we are right, and he does have some blood thicker in his veins than others in the family line, Madara said while laughing when All Might dropped to his skinny form. He just found it so funny. 15. Nezu stopped their stare off and called everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. All Might, Telic, you can either sign the papers that transfer Izuku's care, or we take it to court and you will lose and it will damage your reputation even more, Nezu stated with a cold look in his eyes. Izuku remembered the words his uncle said in the hallway of doing better by him. It seems that his uncle was going to do it, but that doesn't mean Izuku would completely open up to him though. He's learned how his so-called parents treated him as a family, and he would observe his uncle over time to see if he really was different or was just putting an act on. Izuku though refused to live with his bastard parents no matter what. He would either accept his uncle for now or run away again and just keep running, which would impact his dream of being a hero though, since the law required him to have a guardian currently due to his age. Izuku thought about it and then spoke. Uncle, I have some conditions, but if you accept them then I'm willing to accept you as my caregiver, Izuku said. Izuku could still remember the times that his uncle would care for him in the past, even when his parents were starting to grow distant. His uncle only stopped as his parents went on longer trips, and based on his words his uncle had asked about him but lied to by his parents. Aizawa just stated he would agree to almost anything as long as it was reasonable to meet. Izuku then looked at his parents. I have some questions for you two first. Why didn't you let uncle take care of me when I was young when you left so much? Izuku asked. They just explained that they thought he was old enough and he knew how to cook and everything, so they thought it was fine. The staff and Izuku all got annoyed at that answer. Aizawa just made a low comment of them being idiots and that no kid under 10 should be left alone, and only when they start getting around 12 is it fine, but they still need someone checking on them though. Izuku was happy to hear that comment since he enhanced his ears to listen to any muttering. Izuku really didn't like Vlad King currently since Vlad's earlier comments. Most of the staff that did mutter something called his parents idiots. Izuku was glad that they were smarter than the two idiots. Izuku then looked at his uncle and started saying his requests. I'm doubtful of me failing the exam. As such, when I'm attending school I want the freedom to do as I please in regards to home life. I don't want to stay at your place all the time and will want to stay at my home for TheHinokami most part. I will show it to you later, but only you, and you can't tell the others of it, Izuku stated. Aizawa thought it over and agreed. The staff was confused about how easy he agreed to it, and the Yagis said what's the difference between them neglecting and Aizawa doing what he is doing. The difference is he is older now and has lived and survived by himself for 3 years. He's grown accustomed to living by himself. As such, trying to force him into an unknown home 24/7 will be counterproductive. Also, I'm not letting him be by himself. Izuku, if I accept this, then I want to be able to arrive anytime unannounced at your home and stay the night if I choose to, so I can be sure you are living fine. Also, I want to ensure it is safe to live in. If it's not, then you have to return to my home regardless. I can't back off that last part, Aizawa stated. Izuku thought it over and then heard Madara. Accept it. If he is really as an Uchiha, then he has the right to appear at the shrine since it belongs to the clan to which he would belong to. Also, I'm certain of him having at least 25% Uchiha blood in his veins. We will see when he passes the Torii gate. Remember how it made you feel. It will also alert you when another Uchiha passes the gate if they have 25% or more blood of the clan. You will be alerted since I had you change the seal to your ownership instead of mine from the past. Madara stated, though Aizawa would not be taught the clan arts or chakra anytime soon. If they approve of him, then later, but he would have to bear a seal that prevents him from spreading the information of chakra to others. As such, Izuku agreed. That is acceptable. As time passes and I grow to trust you, I might move into your home more often, but I quite like my home and I think you might come to like it as well. I won't be surprised if you move into it as well, Izuku said. Aizawa was interested now in Izuku's home. Izuku signed the paperwork and Aizawa did as well. They then presented it to All Might and Telek. They both said no. It was at that moment they screwed up. Do remember, you don't have a choice in this matter, Izuku said. They responded that they are his parents and not Aizawa. They will be better from now on and won't give up without a fight. Sign it or else I reveal your form and your quirk to the world, All Might, Izuku stated. Everyone froze at that moment. The other UA staff that didn't know about the quirk part were confused, but they all realized the implication of the form getting revealed. It would cause villains to increase in their attacks. All Might was scared now. Son, you wouldn't. Would you? He asked. Izuku just said he would. It's lovely having blackmail on the symbol of peace, isn't it? Izuku said with a cold tone. Vlad King called Izuku's actions villainous. Vlad King. You are really stupid. I have all the right to reveal this information if I want to. They chose to treat me like they did and they only got light punishments. Any other person in the world and would be in jail. So who are the real villains in this situation? Me or them? I'm just protecting myself with the information I have. You would use any information you have on your enemies in battle, and this is just a battle of knowledge instead of bodies, Izuku said in a cold tone. Vlad shut up quickly since he couldn't deny Izuku's claim. Nezu just agreed with Izuku and this shocked Vlad King and the Yagis. 14 The two Yagis relented and signed the documents. They said they would still work on proving themselves to him. So, Inko started, but Izuku cut it off. It's Uchiha for you. It's Uchiha to everyone but Uncle, Nezu, the detective, and maybe Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye, depending on how much they knew of everything. I'll ask Uncle later about those two, Izuku said, since he knew now that the detective helped put the case together against his parents in the event the guardship went to court and had prepared to rip them apart if he needed to. Soon the meeting came to an end and it was just Nezu, Aizawa, the detective, and Izuku left in the room. Well, normally we would wait on your results, but congratulations, you did the UA exam and passed in 20th place while doing it quirkless, Nezu said as he gave the results. Izuku could have done so much more, but he limited his power to just some enhanced body with chakra. Izuku just smirked. Yeah, about the quirkless part. I doubt I would be considered that anymore, Izuku stated, and they all froze and asked him what he meant. I have powers now that aren't a quirk, though. I'm betting I will be required to register it as a quirk though. As such, can you registrar it so the law doesn't get pissy with me for using a power that isn't registered? Izuku said. They asked for details and Izuku gave a brief description without going into detail. I can use energy to do many things like enchanting my body for super strength and agility. I could have placed first, but I only relied on enhanced strength. It can also be manipulated to do other attacks as well. Can you update my documents, Principal Nezu? Izuku asked. He didn't want the actual details of chakra to get out, so he was going to let people think it was a quirk without them realizing the truth. Though he knew not to cause suspicion with these three, since it would be easier on him to give a half story and keep them happy instead of keeping them in the dark fully. As long as Izuku had these three on his sides, then no one could really accuse him of foul play. How strong would you say you are? Nezu asked. Izuku thought and then looked at the detective. They noticed this and were confused. I could take All Might on in his prime and win if I actually tried. It would be destructive, but I'm confident I could truly win, Izuku stated. They all looked at the detective and realized why Izuku looked at him. He would verify that statement, and he did. They were shocked. I would like to keep that a secret, since knowledge is power in battles after all. If everyone underestimates me, then I can win battles easier. Also, some of my attacks I can't use since it would kill people or cause too much damage. I have to constantly limit myself in fights or I might kill someone, since it isn't a battle to the death where I'm aiming to kill, Izuku stated. The detective just confirmed this again, and they didn't know how to deal with this information. Izuku told them that they would see what he could do as people opposed him, since he would only use the strength that correlates to the battle that he needs to fight. It was soon time for them to leave, and Izuku was going to take Aizawa to the shrine. Nezu would handle the paperwork and had informed Izuku that he was in his uncle's class 1A in the future. As such, that is how the exam came to an end, with possibly a new family and breaking ties more formally with his previous family. It was an emotional ride of a day. Third POV. Izuku was actually happy that he heard he was in his uncle's class. The other option was 1B with Vlad King. Yay, that wasn't going to happen. Izuku wasn't really likely the man so far. Izuku and Aizawa headed out of the school, and Izuku noticed the two Yagis. Do they really think they are able to hide that easy? Izuku stated, and Aizawa just chuckled and said, yay. They are idiots. They always sucked at stealth. Aizawa stated. Izuku knew they were going to try and follow them. As such, Izuku leads Aizawa into alleyways and hid, and then grabbed him quickly when they went around an edge and they shunshin away. After about a few minutes they reappeared in the forest a bit away from the shrine. Aizawa just fell to the ground and threw up a bit since he wasn't able to handle the speed. Izuku just chuckled at the sight sign. He remembered the first time he did it he also threw up. Aizawa got up and glared. What the hell was that? Did we just teleport? He asked while glaring. Izuku just chuckled more. The glare doesn't work on my uncle. Also, you could call it teleportation. It's more of high-speed movement to short or long distances instead of teleportation. It requires me to expand a bit of energy to take others with me instead of myself, since I'm able to move at that speed and you aren't, Izuku stated. Aizawa just looked around and saw that they were in a forest. This forest, I recognize it. It's a forest about 40 minutes away from Ua. Are you telling me you've been this close the entire time? Aizawa shouted, causing some birds to fly away. Izuku just smirked. Ironic, isn't it? So close yet so far, Izuku said as he walked past him. Izuku leads him up a path and into an area that would lead to the Torii Gate. 12. I'm assuming you know how to find this forest and get to this point, Izuku asked, and got a yes. Soon Izuku leads him up the trail and they arrived at a Torii Gate. Izuku entered it and waited for Aizawa to enter. They wanted to confirm if he had 25% or more blood in his veins of the Uchiha clan. Soon Aizawa walked in and Izuku felt it. He felt the feeling that Madara described to him, and they confirmed it. Aizawa had 25% or more of the clan blood in him. Aizawa froze when he passed the gate because he felt something weird, like he was being welcomed. Why do I feel different when I passed the gate, or am I just imagining it? He asked. Izuku just started to speak. Welcome to our clan's land, uncle, Izuku said, and Aizawa was confused about what he was talking about. I'll explain more when we get in, but it will require you to accept something from me to ensure the safety of information. I'm sorry, but it's not negotiable if you want the explanation, Izuku said. They soon arrived at the shrine and Aizawa was shocked at what he saw. Izuku stayed near him during the entire trip so the seals wouldn't make him go off track. They soon entered and Aizawa was noticing the same marks around the place. It's the same mark that Izuku is wearing on his clothing. What does it represent? Did he join some cult or something? Though Aizawa remembered when Izuku said it was their clan's land. They entered the shrine and Aizawa could see that it was cleaned and everything. He saw some separate rooms where he saw a bed on the floor and a newer made kitchen and appliances. Izuku said the appliances were newer, and that was a fact since Izuku had sent several clones while he was at the exam getting the appliances. He was upgrading the shrine rooms in the back to be more modern to make living easier. Madara didn't allow it before to ensure that Izuku grew stronger and more disciplined, but allowed it after the 3 years of training had completed. Izuku also had a large water container built by the clones in the back that he filled with water jutsus. Izuku found those so useful for things like that. He had most modern appliances that you would find in an apartment these days, but they were all in the back rooms while everything forward was still the old shrine, since Izuku preferred that for the most part due to his training and discipline from Madara. They soon sat down in the shrine room where Izuku found Madara's spirit. Izuku left this room untouched except for cleaning. Explain what you meant earlier, Aizawa said. Izuku just prepared a seal and asked Aizawa for permission to place it on him. This seal will prevent people from extracting information from you through any means. It stops you from speaking, writing it down, sign language, and any other means of communicating of the subjects without me allowing it. If you want the information, you need to accept this being placed on your body. Izuku stated. Aizawa looked at Izuku and saw he was not going to do any talking without it. As such, he relented. He trusted his nephew. If he had ill intentions, he could have done something the moment he brought them to the forest. Izuku placed the seal on Aizawa and did the hand sign to activate it. It burned into Aizawa's skin and it looked like a tattoo that he had gotten. I'm done. Now, what all do you want to know? Izuku asked. Aizawa asked for everything from his powers, to how this shrine was found, and what has happened to him during his 3 years of being gone. As such, Izuku summoned out Madara at his request and he appeared, which freaked Aizawa out. Uncle, meet our ancestor Madara Uchiha. You are also an Uchiha with at least 25% or more blood of the clan in your veins, since you had that feeling when you pasted the Torii gate. I also was alerted when you did, and it was the feeling of another clan member entering the shrine grounds. Izuku explained. They then went into detail about the clan and how it was a clan lost to time from long ago, and that the shrine was still standing due to the seals that Madara had placed. They talked about chakra and how it was used before quirks were even around, and that it was a weapon of war for humans that far outbeat quirks due to the wide possibilities. They then talked about the clan's eyes and how they think his quirk was a bastard version of the clan's eyes in the form of a quirk. Aizawa was stunned by all the new information. Izuku then showed Aizawa the eyes. Aizawa freaked out for a bit due to the vision from Sir Night-Eye. He explained to Izuku what Sir Night-Eye stated. Madara then spoke. Sounds like you placed him in a genjutsu in the future. I wonder what he did to piss you off so much. Madara stated, and Aizawa asked what a genjutsu was. It's an illusion that I can do many things with. Things like reading people's memories, erasing memories, even creating an illusion that their mind and bodies feel. They can be used for torture, information gathering, or just screwing with people. Izuku said as he placed Aizawa in a simple one that wouldn't cause harm. It just made them sitting on the roof instead of the floor, which made Aizawa freak out, but Izuku cut it. Things like that where I just flip a simple detail of up and down. Those are genjutsus, Izuku stated. Aizawa asked about erasing memories and Izuku explained details about it. Aizawa asked Izuku to erase the quirk details and the form from Bakugo's mind the next time he gets a chance, which Izuku agreed to. Though they wouldn't kick Bakugo out of UA unless he screwed up due to the deal, it made it safer for the information not to be in his hands. 2. Izuku also showed the next stage of the eyes and explained what it was, and Aizawa was alarmed at the losing eyesight portion, which stopped Izuku from explaining the next stage that stops it. It's fine, I've already done the fix for it. You just don't want to hear about it. Izuku said, a bit pale since he really hated that day from all of the pain. Aizawa still asked and Madara explained instead of Izuku, and Aizawa paled a bit as well. Really, problem child? Really? God. I'm calling you problem child from now on. Aizawa said as he fell on his back and rubbed his head and was muttering things about problem child doing crazy surgeries and going through pain. 12. They talked more about the clan's history and other facts of Izuku training. Izuku took him down to the lake area to show off some attacks and Aizawa was shocked at the level of power. He was also shocked at the fucking clones. The amount of work that could be completed with clones was an alarming thing. Izuku could hide away from people and never be found with those clones and let them do all the work. Aizawa then muttered about using clones and letting him sleep, but Izuku said they take after the main body so they would complain and want to sleep as well, which killed Aizawa's mood. Izuku was happy that Aizawa never asked about learning chakra himself. This impressed Madara and Izuku since most would be greedy for that level of power. They asked him and Aizawa just said a simple fact. It's your power. Far as I'm concerned, I see you as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Though don't be surprised if I take the Uchiha name from time to time. It's up to you if you want to teach me any of it, and by your descriptions I know it won't be easy since you had far more potential based on what Madara said than most people nowadays do for it, stated Aizawa. They were happy with his reasons and wanted to see how Aizawa would act in the future towards Izuku and decided if they would teach him any of it. They did tell him that he was free to use the Uchiha name since he was a clan member that the gate recognized. 6. Soon Aizawa left the mountain so he could know how to get back and forth by himself. He told Izuku that they would go to his house in a few days and get spare things for him to stay there. He approved of the shrine as Izuku's home since it met all basic needs and was in a good condition and was perfect for training for Izuku's dangerous attacks. Soon a few days passed and Aizawa showed Izuku his home. It was small since it was only Aizawa. It had 2 bedrooms, one for each of them. Aizawa had gotten a few things and let Izuku decided on how to make his room how he wanted. They talked about a few more things and Izuku found out who his classmates would be since Nezu already decided. Izuku heard Bakugo was going to be in his classroom, which made him happy since he would deal with him if he tried anything. Though he did learn All Might and Telek were the hero instructors for the heroic class, which was ironic to Izuku that they taught people how to be good when they couldn't be good themselves. Izuku had talked to his uncle about helping him in his training. Izuku showed him the weights that he uses and Aizawa asked for a pair. Izuku adjusted the seals a bit over the past month and had made a new variation. It could be fed by his chakra and could be controlled by those without chakra. This was done by the chakra recognizing though on certain marks that indicated adding weight or lowering weight. Izuku used modern science knowledge to build this feature in, and the chakra would act as a circuit of some sort. If someone touched the negative side of the circuit, then it lowered the weight until 0. If they touched the positive side of the circuit, then it added more weight until a limit that Izuku built in was hit, which was set for 500 pounds on the currently edited weight seals. Izuku explained to his uncle how it works and Aizawa placed them on and adjusted them until he felt a bit of strain. He currently could move around fine with 60 extra pounds on, and he had a goal of getting it to 200 by the end of the first year with moving without any problem while in combat. Aizawa suggested bringing this idea up to Nezu, who could buy some off Izuku since it could be used as training equipment, but Izuku was hesitant currently to introduce such things into the world until he thought more about it. Aizawa understood and dropped the topic. Soon they did some training together since Aizawa had finished most of his work quickly, unlike normal when he knew his nephew was back. He wanted to spend as much time as he could with Izuku. You could find Izuku and Aizawa training constantly in the forest, and Izuku was doing sparring against Aizawa. Let's take a break, Aizawa said as he breathing heavily from the spar. That isn't boosted strength, which chakra is it? Aizawa asked. Nope, pure strength and speed. Remember, that is also with me only dropping half of my weight, also from 1,000 pounds to 500 pounds. Izuku said to his uncle. Aizawa was tired as hell. Izuku was able to give him a run for his money in quirkless sparring, and Izuku did not enhance his strength or drop the other 500 pounds. Madara had drilled Izuku religiously in his training and Aizawa could see the results. He understood that the 3 years were in fact off, and it was a much longer time compressed into 3 years due to the shadow clones. Those clones can't get into the hands of other people, thought Aizawa as he realized the darkness that could happen if they got into the wrong hands. He, a pro hero with a long history under his belt of quirkless fighting, was challenged by a first-year student who has only trained for 3 years but had almost the same experience as him due to the clones. Izuku, never teach anyone those clones. Not even me, take them to the grave. Even if you get a wife and teach her chakra, never give the shadow clones out. If it lands in the hands of the wrong person, the word is screwed if they decided to go down the path of evil. Aizawa stated. 3. Izuku knew the impact of the clones and did agree that he wouldn't teach it unless it was his children who he knew could use chakra on a good level. I'm planning to keep it in the family line and require people to place a seal of not passing the information out of the blood. The seal will be placed on anyone that is taught the chakra and will become a tradition of the clan. It's why I placed the seal on you. It stops you from spreading the information of everything regarding chakra or teaching others if you were to be taught it. Izuku said. Aizawa was glad that Madara and Izuku had so much foresight on the matter. He just shivered at the thought of chakra getting out into the public's hands. Villains would get so much more dangerous, and we're glad it would be restricted to the clan only or those that had the seal placed on them to stop them from teaching others. Soon the remaining time between the exam and the start of the first day of school was coming to a close. Izuku had submitted his hero outfit soon after the exam, and it was the full armor set of Madara, and for his support gear was the gunbai and all of the other weapons that he kept in his scrolls or on his body at all times. He wrote down the scrolls, the gunbai, kunai, shuriken, swords, and other things as support gear, and Aizawa had Nezu approve of it. They did require Izuku to show up at the school about 1 month before the start of school and demonstrate that he had control of his weapons to Snipe, who wrote his approval due to how good Izuku demonstrated his ability to use everything. Izuku had also passed his weapons handling certification during this time and would be able to use his weapons off campus during work studies or internships when they arrived. Izuku also petitioned Nezu for approval to have an Uchiha clan symbol added to his UA uniform. Nezu rejected it but agreed that Izuku could have an Uchiha symbol made in the form of a lapel pin to be placed on his uniform and gym clothing. Izuku was allowed to wear it wherever he wanted on his uniforms as long as it didn't interfere with his ability to move around. Izuku accepted this since he would still get to wear his clan symbol in some form during his time at UA. Aizawa had also told Izuku that if a teacher wanted to talk to Izuku, then he had the right to request another staff member of his request to be present and for it to be held where he desired. He gave Izuku this information due to All Might and Telek both being teachers at the school. As such, the last few days came to a close and it was now time to start UA. Here I come UA, here I come world. You shall know the power of the Uchiha clan. Izuku thought as he went to sleep the night before. 3rd Pav. Aizawa had stayed at the shrine with Izuku the day before UA since Izuku could just transport them quickly. This meant Aizawa got to sleep more. Nezu had informed Izuku that the paperwork went through on his quirk registration and it was listed as natural energy manipulation. Izuku was happy with that since he could hide a lot within that label. Izuku and Aizawa had gotten up and ready for the start of UA. Aizawa had Izuku drop them off in a small park area that was near the school and then they walked the rest of the way in. Later on, as the others learned of Izuku's skills, then Aizawa would have Izuku just drop them off inside the UA walls, but that had to wait so Nezu or other teachers didn't get freaked out. During the break, they did have some run-ins with the Yagis but they just ignored them and moved away. Aizawa just headed off towards the staff room while Izuku headed towards the classroom. He saw how big the door was and knew it was for intimidation effect instead of meeting people with large quirks. Izuku opened the door and found himself face to face with several familiar faces. One was the blue-haired kid who was yelling at Bakugo. Bakugo had his feet on his desk. Then there was the girl with purple hair from the exam, and when he saw the girl that got saved by the purple-haired boy. The said purple-hair boy looked like a mini Aizawa. Yes, Shinso makes it in instead of Mineta. This is because he gets a few points but gets the rescue points that put him just a few above Mineta. Izuku started to walk in when the blue-haired boy looked over and came to Izuku. You're the one that had his head in the pamphlet the entire time. The now identified boy named Iida stated. Izuku just looked at him and didn't answer. This caused the boy to become tense from the awkwardness since he was used to people responding. Izuku just moved around him and started walking in again. Bakugo was about to say something but the girl Izuku knew as Jiro spoke first. Hey, Uchiha, nice to see you again. I'm glad we are in the same class and thanks for saving me in the exam. Jiro stated. Izuku nodded his head and said no problem as he sat down. The purple-head kid just looked up and then closed his eyes. The other students all came in and started to talk. The other girl that got saved came in and started to talk to her savior. Izuku then spoke. I suggest sitting down since the teacher is here, he said, and they all looked confused. There's no tea, started one student when Aizawa started to talk, which scared everyone but Izuku, who had noticed. Everyone looked at the yellow caterpillar. Then Aizawa got out and pulled out gym uniforms. Take these and get to the changing room and meet me out on the field, Aizawa said as Izuku got up and grabbed it. Then Jiro followed and then the rest got moving as Aizawa stated time was ticking. Everyone soon arrived on the field in their outfits. Some noticed Izuku's pin on his clothing but didn't say anything. Iida did make a comment. That pin isn't meeting the school rulebook. I suggest you go remove. He got cut off by Izuku raising a paper in front of him which stated he had permission from the principal. I have approval for it, so mind your own business and become less stiff. Everything isn't black and white in this world. Everything isn't good or evil, yes or no. There's always an in-between. Izuku stated, and Iida looked embarrassed and stepped back in with the others. Soon everyone arrived and Aizawa started to talk. 12. Aizawa stated that they would have an apprehension test that will try out their abilities and that they were allowed to use their quirks or use anything to their advantage. Izuku loved hearing that. The student Izuku found out that was Uraraka asked why they weren't in the assembly, and Aizawa said that Ua is a freestyle teaching and he could do as he wished. Soon Bakugo was called up to do the first pitch and he scored about 400 meters. Some students made a comment about this test being fun since they could use their quirks. Izuku saw the evil gleam in his uncle's eyes. God, he makes an amazing Uchiha, stated Madara from inside Izuku. Aizawa then placed new rules. Person to place last was going to be judged with no potential and expelled. The students started to say it wasn't fair, but Aizawa just started to rant. Guess what? Life isn't fair. You are here as heroes to correct the unfairness. You are here to do better. Be better than the last generation. Do you think it was fair for All Might Intellect to neglect their child? Do you think it was fair that the child had to learn to survive by themselves even though there were other family members that could take care of them, but their bastards of parents decided not to tell anyone that they were unable to care for their child when they had family and friends that would have done it? Guess what, it wasn't. If you can't handle this bit of unfairness, then get changed and go to the principal's office to be changed to general education or leave UA, because this is the level 1 set in my class. Aizawa stated. He was a bit annoyed currently since he saw All Might Intellect hiding in the distance. The students shut up and straightened up at the All Might Intellect comment. They all heard about it and their teacher was right. Soon the tests were going through and Izuku was only using his enhanced chakra and was coming out on top of everything currently. He did get second on the pitch due to Uraraka's zero gravity quirk. Though his pitch was a bit shocking. Izuku had silently muttered released and did the hand sign and turned off the weights. He then enhanced his body with chakra and took a large pitch and threw the ball. It did create a nice gust of wind which shocked everyone. Bakugo, All Might, and Intellect were all shocked at seeing him do such strength. How is that pure strength? There is no way, they all thought. Izuku had turned his weights back on and walked back in line. Jiro was giving him weird looks since she could hear him mutter and wonder what he did. Bakugo couldn't keep his mouth shut though. What the hell? You're meant to be quirkless. He yelled and everyone looked at Izuku. Aizawa stepped in though to save him some exploitation right now. Take your private matters for later, but if you really must know, his quirk is labeled as natural energy manipulation. He discovered in the years he's been gone that he indeed has a quirk unlike what you, his parents, and everyone else thought before he ran away from All Might Intellect. Aizawa stated. He knew there was no point in hiding it. It was better to control the narrative instead of people guessing. Aizawa didn't let them talk though since he just started reading the scores. Izuku came in first, Yaoyorozu came in second, third was Todoroki, and fourth was Bakugo. In the last place was one Hagakure. Shinso had come in 19th place with her in 20th. Aizawa then revealed that he was lying and that no one would be expelled. He had dismissed everyone to get changed and return to the classroom to do introductions. 3. Everyone returned to the classroom after getting changed and they all sat down. Aizawa came back in and told them to start doing introductions. They were going through it each at a time. Bakugo said some stupid lines of he was going to be the #1 hero. The other people then did their introductions before it got to Izuku. He got up and walked to the front while still having the cold look on his face. My name is Uchiha Izuku. Yes, I know what Aizawa stated earlier and what Bakugo stated as well. My former family name was Yagi, but I threw that away when I ran away from my neglectful biological parents All Might and Telic. I was assumed quirkless before and suffered cruel treatment that you all know from the media. I only recently returned and allowed myself to be found a few months ago. Since then, I've been transferred to my uncle Aizawa custody after I blackmailed my biological parents with information that I had on them. Any questions? Izuku asked. A lot of people raised their hands. Izuku pointed to Jiro and she asked about the symbol on the pin I had. This is the symbol for the Uchiha clan. The name Uchiha isn't a random name I picked, instead it is an old clan that I found that both myself and my uncle have blood from. It's the reason we have black hair and black eyes, unlike my biological mother who has green hair and green eyes. The Uchiha blood in us is far thicker, which resulted in our traits. This is the symbol for the said clan, Izuku stated. Everyone was interested in the clan, but other questions were asked. Todoroki asked how strong he was. You will have to challenge me and force me to show my abilities. I only use what I need to use for battles, Izuku stated without changing his expression. Todoroki was interested in Izuku since he was a kid from a top hero as well, and their pasts were similar, though that was unknown to Izuku. Some other questions were asked, but soon they finished. Now it was time for Aizawa to get back up and start talking again. I want to remind you all of some things. UA doesn't tolerate quirk discrimination or any discrimination of any kind in this school. If you are found doing it, you will be dealt with. Now, you all do have some left before the end of the day, and I suggest you walk around campus and get used to the layout so you know your way around. If you have any questions for the staff or other students, you can ask them or go around campus and explore, Aizawa said as he dropped back down and slept. Izuku could never understand his uncle's need for sleep and wondered if it had to do with his quirk. Izuku decided to go explore the campus instead of staying around the classroom. Some tried to stop him and ask him a few more questions, but he just left them. Izuku decided to go to Recovery Girl's office because he wanted access to medicine to attempt to recreate the military rations pill in the event that he ever needed them. Madara had provided him the things that were put into it. It was a mixture of medical herbs, and he wondered if she knew any good places to obtain the stuff. He knocked on her door and she called him in. Recovery Girl, I was wondering if you knew any good place to acquire medical herbs. He asked her and she asked what he needed medical herbs for. He explained that he was going to create a medicine that he knew of with the herbs and knew the side effects of them, but needed to find a well-trusted source to have untainted herbs at. She thought for a few moments and then suggested a place, and he knew he would stop there to acquire the herbs later on after school. He decided to head back towards the other parts of the campus to get used to them. He wanted to know the layout so he could better jump around or shunshin to and from campus for his uncle in the future. 4. Most of the layout was straightforward and Izuku was getting a good mental map of the place. Soon though he returned to the classroom to see if anyone was still there. He did find some members that were packing their things up, and he found his uncle in the corner sleeping. Jiro was one of the people in the room that was left. She saw him entered and moved over to talk to him. Hey, Uchiha. Do you want to walk towards the train station together unless you live nearby? She asked. Izuku was about to reject, but his uncle answered for him. He would love to, wouldn't you, nephew? Aizawa said with a smirk in his eye. I promise pain later, uncle, Izuku conveyed with his eyes. Izuku just kept smirking and knew his nephew wouldn't do anything. As such, that is how Izuku found himself walking towards the train station with Jiro. Though he thought it wasn't bad since he needed to stop at the herb store that was near her stop anyone, which turned out to be perfect for him since his uncle suggested this. Why does he want me to walk with her? What point is there? Izuku thought. Madara just slapped himself in the head. Shit, I forgot to teach him lessons in this manner. Of all things I forgot to teach. Madara cursed himself in his own mind where Izuku couldn't hear him. 56. As Izuku walked Jiro to the train and sat on it with her, he decided to strike up a conversation since it was weird not talking with the sole other people that he was with. He was used to not talking to others, but he felt calmer near her for some odd reason. "Jiro, what type of hero are you planning to be?" he asked her. She looked surprised and said that she wanted to be one that people could rely on and help children build confidence in themselves, since she was made fun of for her quirk since she wanted to be a hero. This struck a nerve with him since it was similar to his in wanting to make sure people were treated better in the society that they lived in, because people would turn a blind eye to quirkless suffering just because of a lack of a quirk. Izuku looked at Jiro in a slightly newer light. Soon the stop came to an end and Jiro got off and they said their goodbye. Izuku's stop for the herb shop was the next one. It was only in a few minutes until he arrived and then he got off. It was more of a traditional herb shop instead of a modern shop. It was also located on a back alley where Izuku had to walk deep in to get to. Izuku entered it and asked the shop lady for herbs off his list. He was in luck and all of the herbs were there. The shop lady had asked him what these were for since it wasn't for any known combination, and Izuku said that he has other herbs back at home that some of them would go for. Izuku didn't want people to know that this could be combined and transformed into something. Yes, the pill had a great effect, but it also had great side effects that could kill someone if people weren't careful. As such, Izuku left and then shunshin the moment he was able to hide and ensure there were no cameras. He returned to the shrine and found Aizawa waiting there. "So recovery girl told me you had requested a location of a herb shop. Do you have something wrong that I should be concerned with?" he asked, a bit worried. This was due to the last medical thing Izuku went through, included removing his eyes and translating Madara's eyes into himself while awake. Izuku said no, but that they were for a soldier pill. "Soldier pill? Why don't I like the sound of that?" Aizawa stated. Izuku then explained the use of the pills. These pills are for nourishing the body and replenishing one's chakra in an emergency. It made up of powerful stimulants and nutrients from these herbs that allow the user to keep fighting for 3 days and 3 nights without rest, or that is what is claimed. At the end of 3 days, the consumer will be brought to the point of complete and utter exhaustion once the pills wear off. So they are a double-edged sword. I want them in an emergency that I need to use them. It means that I blew through a large amount of chakra and am close to running out if I decide to use this, or I'm going to perform a jutsu that will run me dry, and I'm filling up the best I can before I perform the next jutsu. Izuku got to work and followed the directions as Madara stated, and about 2 hours later they had a batch of pills. Each bath produced 12 pills in total. 5. Aizawa was interested in the pills. What happens to someone that doesn't have chakra? He asked, and Madara told Izuku that it only makes someone have a large amount of energy that they would need to burn off, or they wouldn't be able to sleep. Even Izuku would have large energy, but the main use for Izuku was the chakra aspect, since during the pill making he infused it with a lot of chakra for later use. Aizawa then suggested making some without the chakra. These could be used as a supplement for recovery girl's quirk. If the chakra part comes from you infusing chakra, then don't infuse chakra in a batch and have them just for emergencies in using her quirk to heal people, since it gives 3 days worth of energy and just results in them crashing for a few days after it's used up. Aizawa said, and they realized that was a good idea. As such, Izuku spent another hour making one more batch. The second hour was from infusing the chakra into the pills, so it was easier to make the pills. They would just have to find a situation in the future to test the theory out, but hoped it wouldn't happen. This was how the first day of UA came to an end. Now Izuku just had to push forward in the future. 3rd POV. The rest of the week has passed and they have had normal classes. However, now it was Friday and it was time for the heroic class. The students had arrived today and there was media outside the gates. Izuku just shunshin inside the building to avoid them all so they wouldn't get to question him. He enhanced his hearing and could hear that they were asking about All Might and Telek working at the school. They were also asking about their missing son having been found and was attending UA as well. Welp, seems they found out. Oh well, Izuku thought. Izuku was told by his uncle that today would be the heroic class and that he would have to deal with All Might and Telek. Izuku was not looking forward to doing that, but he did want to get into his outfit and get moving in it. It was the same style as his master's outfit. He had already added all the weapons into the outfit in seals and had the gunbai in a small scroll that he kept on him at all times. Izuku walked into the class and glared at Bakugo, who started to glare at him. Izuku had looked through his memories when he glared at Bakugo one day, and he glared back. He saw that he suffered a bit due to people turning on him, but it was nothing compared to what Bakugo had put Izuku through. Also, Bakugo had kept portions of his horrible attitude. What Bago didn't know that Izuku glared for a purpose. It was because each day this entire week, Izuku was erasing portions of his memories each time. Today was the final time that he needed to do it, to remove the final portion of any information regarding All Might's skinny form and his quirk. Any mention or visual of those two things were removed. 1. As such, Nezu was now in the clear to deal with Bakugo the moment he screwed up again. Aizawa soon came into the classroom and did the last lesson before heroic class. It was about 40 minutes later when All Might came in, saying he was there like a normal person. Izuku had a real hard time not saying anything about it when he did that. Telik just shook her head and told them all to get ready because they were doing a battle trial today. They all grabbed their outfit boxes and headed towards the changing room. As everyone was changing, Izuku opened his box and saw his outfit. He felt so happy to get it to use. He also had a band that went around his waist that had slots to put scrolls in. As such, he filled everything but kept the gunbai scroll hidden on his body since he didn't want to pull that out anytime soon. He finished changing and was one of the last people to leave. He soon arrived in the control room and everyone looked at him and saw what he was wearing. Some made comments about him looking like a samurai or a ninja. Izuku did have a sword out and hanging on his waist. Everyone was muttering about how cool their outfits looked. Soon All Might and Telik arrived and started to talk about the test. Today we will divide you into teams and you will need to complete your objectives. Heroes need to defeat the villains by capturing them or getting the bomb. Villains need to stop heroes from getting the bomb or taking them out of the match. We will provide you with the capture tape to tag your opponent out. All Might stated. Soon the teams were divided and Izuku found himself teamed with Tokiyami while his opponent was Iida and Bakugo. His team was on the hero team with the other team being the villains. Tokiyami and Izuku talked together and came up with a decent plan. I know Bakugo has a higher chance of coming straight for me. If you lay in wait for him, we could get him when he charges me. I will stand in the open and have him come past you, where you will attack him from behind and I will go from in front of him. I will rely on hand-to-hand and my weapons to fight him while you use Tokiyami to grab him from behind. You said your weakness is fire, so we need to keep him from shooting explosions towards you. Izuku said, and Tokiyami made a few adjustments, but the plan came together and they put it into action once All Might started the match. Izuku waited in the hallway and soon he heard Bakugo coming down. Haven't changed that much, have you? Thought Izuku. Bakugo charged down the hallway as Izuku got ready in a stance. The moment he passed a doorway, Dark Shadow came out to attack, which made him turn his attention. At that moment Izuku moved forward and landed a fist to Bakugo's side, forcing his attention back on Izuku, preventing him from starting explosions at the Dark Shadow. Bakugo cursed in pain and aimed explosions at Izuku and called him a coward since he wouldn't fight him on his own. Sadly for you, I don't care for the words of a villain, Izuku said with no change in his tone or face. Bakugo tried to keep making explosions at Tokiyami, but Izuku kept stopping him from doing so. Izuku would just get up and close too fast, which forced him back onto Izuku, which allowed Dark Shadow to keep attacking and landing blows. Soon though, Dark Shadow got capture tape around Bakugo's legs, which forced him out of the game. They then moved towards Iida, who was now by himself. Dark Shadow just rushed into the room and pinned Iida down to the ground, and Izuku touched the bomb, ending the match. Soon the other matches started. Izuku was internalizing fighting styles with his Sharingan and making notes of how people fought or the weaknesses that they presented. Izuku noted Todoroki didn't use his entire quirk, which annoyed Izuku a bit due to his past. Jiro was sensitive to loud noise that she wasn't expecting. Sato would be drained once he ran out of surgery. Aoyama couldn't use his laser forever, and would drain himself. Asui was weak to the cold. Izuku just kept watching and gathering all of the information he needed to fight these people if he found them as his opponents. He was making plans left and right on how to fight them and counter their attacks. Some quirks would be easy for him to counter, like Koda. If he was cruel, he could just kill all the animals that come with fire, but that was a bit cruel for even him when the other boy loved animals so much. As such, he would just use the wind to blow most smaller animals away, which is what Koda is limited to in this type of area. 24. The battle trail was quickly moving along and he had gained quite a bit of information for his counter plans to anyone. Soon though the battle trial came to a wrap as the final match came to an end. All Might congratulated everyone for a good job and dismissed them. He did try to get Izuku to stay back to talk in private though. So, he said before he got cut off. "Don't call me son. You've been told it's Uchiha to you too. Now, what do you want?" Izuku said. The class didn't leave since they heard them talking and stuck around. "We wanted to talk to you in private," Telek said. "Is it school related or personal?" Izuku asked and they responded that it was going to be about a personal matter, which Izuku just said no and walked away since they couldn't use their power to force him to talk about anything personal. Todoroki just gave a death glare at the two heroes and then walked behind Izuku as he left. Izuku found that old but accepted it. Soon Jiro, and then Kirishima and others moved on and followed. This promoted the rest of the class to follow along as well. 15. The day came to an end and it was now the weekend. Izuku had planned to relax, but Madara decided to change this. He wanted Izuku to go through ruthless training. Izuku just sighed as he went back to the shrine and summoned all of his clones. Madara gave them all different instructions via their minds and told them to get to work. Izuku's goal was to do one run around the mountain. Due to the fact that Izuku doesn't know what Madara had told the clones, Izuku had to be prepared for anything and everything. As such, Izuku got to running. About 5 minutes into his run he was faced with a barrage of the shuriken from one of the clones. Izuku powered up some lighting in his hand and sent a stream of it at the clone, killing it. Izuku also had to dodge all the weapons and got some small cuts from the ones he came too close to. 2. Next came a handful of clones that threw different jutsus out, which Izuku just countered with a large mud wall to hide, then pulled out some kunai. He threw them across the area and still had chakra strings attached to them. He had come up with this method one day to better control how he shocks people. The moment they all landed he sent some lighting through it and electrocuted the clones, killing them since he didn't stop when they fell down. He had made his way through 10 clones already and only had 20 more left. Izuku then worked on his remaining trip around the mountain when a handful of clones threw out earth dragons and lightning attacks as they appeared right out of the ground. Izuku pulled his Susanoo skeleton out quickly to block since he wouldn't have time for hand signs. He then used the Susanoo, which he had perfected recently, into its full form and destroyed the clones. Though he only summoned the skeleton portion, it was still powerful itself. Izuku now had made his way through 20 of the clones with 10 remaining. Izuku was coming close to the end when chains came out of the ground and some came flying through the air. Izuku shunshin behind some of the clones and started fighting close quarters. After about 10 minutes he had defeated his clones and made it to the end. The entire trip had taken 1 hour around the mountain. Madara told Izuku that he did a good job and he could relax now for the weekend. Izuku headed back to the shrine and found his uncle sitting in the living room area that he had converted from one of the spare rooms. "Hello, uncle. What brings you today?" Izuku asked. Aizawa talked about how his previous family was trying to figure out how Izuku came about his quirk, and Aizawa had refused to talk about it. They said they were concerned it came from an evil man. Madara just laughed at that since he could be considered an evil man depending on the perspective during the battles. Nezu had also refused to inform them and told them to drop it. Aizawa had told Nezu that he knew the full truth of Izuku's powers and it wasn't from some evil man like the Yagis were thinking it was. As such, Nezu trusted Aizawa's word far more than the Yagis currently. 2. Oh, uncle. I did mean to tell you that Bakugo no longer remembers anything about All Might's skinny form or the quirk. I've finished erasing all memories connected to it. Izuku said. Aizawa was happy and just called Nezu up right away without asking Izuku for details since he had a good idea when he was doing it. Hey Nezu, Bakugo no longer has the knowledge of All Might's form or of his quirk. Don't ask cause I can't tell you who did the work, but I do know how it was done, and it wasn't done by anyone we don't trust. I need you to just not ask for the details since I did ask for it to be done. Just know that I won't be telling you, but I'm sure you can make a guess. Just know we don't have to worry about it anymore, so make sure All Might doesn't do it again. Aizawa said to Nezu, who was talking, and Izuku thought he could hear an ounce of glee in Nezu's voice. Izuku had made more pills over the weekend after the week of school came to an end, and with that, a few more weeks also passed without many things happening. It was now closing in on the end of the first month. Izuku was hanging out with classmates like Tokiyami, Todoroki, Jiro, Shoji, Shinso. It's been called the goth group since they are either people that have a cold exterior, have a dark theme, or appear dead to the world like Shinso. Izuku just accepted it and didn't bother wasting energy on it. Aizawa had given him a warning that he and the class would be doing a trip to the USJ during the week. It was going to be a rescue training in the different areas of the USJ with the Pro Hero 13 and sadly All Might, who would come with them. 25. It was the week of the USJ trip, and the class had already elected a president and a vice president for the class about 1 week ago. Though the results for the election were as followed: president was Izuku somehow, and the vice president was Yaoyorozu. Iida appeared to be disappointed that he wasn't the class president or vice president. Izuku was kind of glad that Iida had failed because he was too much of a rule follower at every second and could cause problems if unexpected things happened that did fall into the predefined rules. Though during the week for the USJ trip there was an accident that happened. During the lunch period, there was a break-in into the school that had set off the alarms. Izuku found it odd, and Madara and he both thought it was a pre-attack for a bigger attack on UA. Izuku decided to warn his uncle of what he thought. Nezu and Aizawa agreed with his judgment, and they had already planned to move the trip back. It was pushed from that day to the Friday of that week. This was to ensure that if there was a trap, then they also would confirm that there was a spy in their school as well, since they couldn't just keep pushing things back. The class was talking in the classroom since the teachers haven't arrived yet for the class. However, after about 5 minutes Aizawa arrived and started to talk. Class, we have a trip off campus today. We will be doing rescue training at the USJ. Grab your outfits if you wish, but some might not be good for this. It's your choice. Meet at the bus in 5 minutes. Aizawa stated as he left. Everyone got moving, and 4 minutes later they arrived at the bus and boarded it. Iida had tried to get everyone to line up, but Izuku put an end to it. Iida, the bus seating doesn't work for that, Izuku said as he just walked on and sat down. Everyone was confused by what Izuku meant until they got in and understood. They all sat on the bus and just started to talk about many different things. Some even got the balls to ask about Izuku's past. Uchiha, I'm a blunt person, so I'll just come out and ask it. Will you ever forgive your parents? Sue asked. Everyone was looking at him, and Izuku then spoke. Why should I? What have they done to earn it? All they have done has been trying to get involved in matters that aren't their concerns, since they are nothing but strangers to me currently. They should work on being better people towards me before they start trying to be a better parent. Izuku stated in a cold tone that left no room for argument. This made some people tense up, but Todoroki just made a comment. That's good of you. They made their bed and you have moved on with your life. If Izuku doesn't want them involved, then they don't get to be. It's his choice since they aren't his guardians anymore. Aizawa-sensei is, and it appears that they have worked things out between them to a stable relationship. Todoroki stated. Some were shocked by his opinion but accepted it as Aizawa supported it as well. Bakugo just kept his mouth shut since he knew he couldn't get into any trouble. He saw the looks that his teacher gave him. He knew his teacher wanted any excuse to get rid of him at any moment and that he was on his last chance. As such, the conversations went off into other things until it was time for them to arrive at the USJ. Get ready, we are pulling up, Aizawa stated as they pulled up the moment he said it. Though what no one knew was this rescue training would turn from the students saving dummies to them rescuing themselves and their classmates. They would see a large amount of evil gathered in one spot with the sole aim of killing them and the heroes. This would be the start of their journey into the hero world. It would be their first brush with death, and they would use it to grow stronger. Third POV. Izuku and the class arrived at the USJ. As everyone got off the bus, Izuku felt something was off. There was a feeling in the air that promised a battle of death and life. Izuku looked around them and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Aizawa walked up to Izuku and asked if what was wrong. The air is off and it feels like it's predicting towards a battle. We should keep our guard up, Izuku stated. Aizawa has seen the training that Izuku has gone under. He has seen the insane attacks that he had dodged just on instinct alone. As such, he trusted Izuku for his strength and battle instincts. Uchiha Izuku, I Eraserhead hereby authorize you for use of your quirk in combat if the situation calls for it, Aizawa stated. Izuku nodded his head and moved forward to join up with the rest of the class that had made it to the rescue hero 13 already. 13 was going on and on about different matters and talking about how in the first trial they learned how dangerous their quirks can be while in combat and that this time they would learn how to use their quirks to rescue people. Any questions? She asked. Izuku had noticed that All Might didn't show up to the class like he was scheduled to. Of course, can't show up for your own kid's life and now you can't even show up for the other children's life you promised to take care of. Izuku thought. In another place, as 1A was at the USJ was All Might on his way to the school. He, however, noticed a villain attack that had delayed him for 10 minutes and had just now run into another villain attack that he decided to stop in and give a helping hand in the situation. He ended up wasting more of the time of his 3-hour limit. I really slowed down when I gave Lemillion one for all. All Might thought. All Might decided to rush towards UA since he was running out of time and he just remembered that he has the USJ class event today. Shit, All Might cursed and he didn't realize the fact that he was left the students to fight evil themselves. 4. Now back at the USJ, there was an unexpected visit of unannounced guests. Seems, it does confirm that they have a spy inside the school. Izuku thought since they had pushed the training back to the end of the week. Mole has to be in the staff since no student knew about it being pushed back except me. Izuku thought. As they were standing there at the top of the steps the other students all noticed the uninvested guests as well. Some students mentioned that the school is making it really real but Aizawa stated that it's a real situation and orders his students to huddle together. 13 Protect the students. Aizawa then looked at Izuku and talked. Izuku, you're clear to engage. We will rely on your clones for most of the fighting to preserve ourselves. Aizawa stated. Everyone was confused since Izuku has natural energy manipulation, not a clone quirk. That was until Izuku did some hand signs and then out came 30 copies of him with some smoke. Izuku had also pulled out the Gunabi from the main scroll that each clone now had. They all did the same thing and you could see 30 clones plus the main body protecting the students. Everyone was confused about how so many versions of Izuku appeared. Even the villains felt uneasy as 29 clones jumped down and started to fight. Izuku had one clone left towards the school using the body flicker move to go at high speeds. The clone should arrive in about 2 minutes. The problem was that it would take about 10 minutes for the school to arrive at the USJ. We have 2 minutes before my clone arrives at the school. Another 10 to 15 before the school arrives here. Izuku stated. Down below you could see the clones working through the low-level villains without any problems whatsoever. Villains were being thrown left and right into the air due to them just using the enhanced chakra bodies. The students of the class were cheering at how easily Izuku was going through the villains with his clones but fate was not going to be on their side for the entire fight. The heads of the villain attack were getting pissed. This wasn't part of the damn plan. We were meant to arrive and slaughter All Might with the damn Nomu. The villain with hands yelled out as he scratched his neck. Then the warp villain teleported up to the students. He introduced himself as Kurogiri. Hello, it seems there's some unplanned events happening in this battle but that doesn't mean we still can't separate you and kill you one by one. Kurogiri stated as he started to warp everyone. Izuku quickly body flickered behind the villain and grabbed the metal part stopping the warp gates. I don't think so, Izuku stated but something unexpected happens. The villain just warped out of his hands and quickly warped everyone. I thought the metal part was his weakness. Izuku thought. Likely is but unless constant pain is being inflicted he would still be able to warp out of your hands since he would be able to concentrate, Madara stated. At this point, Eraserhead had jumped down to fight villains as well since the situation turned on them. Izuku made the clones go search for the students and protect them. This left only 4 clones, Izuku, and Eraserhead in the center since Izuku sent the all other clones to guard at least 1 student, and the 4 other clones that were left over were sent to stop any villain that tried to go up the steps. Izuku didn't like the fact that all of his classmates were out of his visual but had to deal with it. He didn't like the air around the creature thing that the villains had brought with them. It looked like some bird turned into a human form with a brain sticky out of it. "So why are you here and what the hell is that thing?" Izuku asked. The villain just started to rant about killing All Might and destroying the symbol of peace. "Really? Go kill him somewhere else. You could have laid a trap on his patrol route and gotten him that way instead of risking him not showing up." Izuku said. The villains were shocked that the kid didn't care if All Might died. Then the main villain recognized who Izuku was. "Ah, that explains it. You're his son. Everyone saw the news about that. No wonder you don't care if we kill him," stated the villain while thinking. Izuku was honestly just stalling as long as he could. He didn't want to reveal too much of his strength to the villains. He already revealed the fact that he could make clones for everyone to see. 1. The villain stopped thinking, and by this point, all of the clones had gotten the students back to the center area around them. They all heard the offer that the villain gave out. "You don't care for your father or mother, why not join us? You seem powerful in your own right. We could help you grow stronger than these heroes ever could. Any demand you make we could easily agree with for the most part as long as it's reasonable," the villain leader now known as Shigaraki stated. Everyone froze. Even Aizawa, since he knew Izuku didn't care for his biological parents. He had a deep fear that his hatred for them might consume him one day. However, his worries were dispelled when Izuku just started to chuckle. He recognized that one as, "Are you seriously this stupid?" chuckle. Aizawa just went back to fighting as he listened in. "Please, you offer me power. I could wipe the floor with All Might in his prime. I constantly have to hold myself back to ensure people don't die from my attacks. I could have wiped you all out, but that would have killed you all," Izuku said with a cold tone. He hated being looked down on and to think that these villains thought they could offer him strength and power that Madara hasn't already given and trained him in. Everyone felt a chill go down their spines at Izuku's cold tone. Even Shigaraki took a step back even though he didn't know why. The villain leader then ordered the Nomu to kill Izuku. Izuku just let it come and started to dodge its attacks as it came. Due to all of the training he has done and with his Sharingan he was able to keep up with the Nomu punches. Izuku just kept weaving himself left and right, under and above. People muttered that it looked like he was dancing. After a few more minutes of this, Izuku decided to go on the offense. The reason Izuku was just dodging is that he was stalling for time. He can do these fights, but the other students aren't used to such bloody things. Looks like the mental training was good since I'm not locking up in fear, Izuku thought as he went on the offense. 2. He pulled the Gunabi up and started to swing. The edges were sharp while the middle was made to block attacks and send wind blast out when it absorbed energy attacks. Izuku started to move fast as he decreased his weights down to 0 so he could move freely. Izuku just kept cutting left and right across the creature and he noticed that it was just regenerating from the cuts. Ahaha, you can't stop it. This was made to kill All Might in his prime and yet you claim to be stronger than him. The villain laughed out. What the main leader didn't notice was that the other villains had been taken care of by clones and all students forcibly taken to the staircase already by the clones. The only people left were the warp user, Shigaraki, Aizawa, Izuku, and the Nomu. Izuku just smirked once they were done getting ready. Izuku sent one of the clones to pull Eraserhead out of the fighting range. Izuku himself jumped back a bit. Let's see if you can survive this, Izuku yelled as he and the clones all went through hand signs. Izuku and the clones all called out, "Fire release, great fire annihilation," as they all took a large breath and then expelled from their mouth a large blast of fire. Each of the clones did this jutsu with a few using wind jutsus to control the fire into one area around the Nomu to not let it spread since it was just a large destructive jutsu. Everyone was shocked at what they saw. Izuku had displayed increased strength, clones, weapons handling, and now he can spit fire from his mouth. 4. Right as Izuku had spit the fire from his mouth, the doors busted open and there stood All Might with an angry look on his face. Izuku's other clone just reappeared as well. All Might said his signature tag line and looked and saw all the students except Izuku was on the stairs. Even the Eraserhead and 13 were on the stairs. He saw the fire come from Izuku's mouth and even he was stunned as everything he has seen from Izuku. They could all hear the screams of the creature as it was being burned alive. Shigaraki was afraid. Who wouldn't be if there was someone that could make living breathly clones of themselves and have exchanged strength and agility who could also breathe fire? That person was a powerhouse. After about 30 seconds of breathing the fire out without stopping, Izuku let the jutsu go. Soon the dust and smoke moved away and they saw the creature's body parts that had survived had been cauterized, meaning that the creature couldn't regenerate anymore. Looks like your weapon to kill All Might just got wiped out. Now, what are you going to do? Izuku stated as he glared at the remaining 2 villains as he took a few slow steps towards them. Will you stand before this Uchiha and attempt another dance, or will you bow out now? Izuku asked as he had a cold smirk across his face. 4. Everyone was frozen in fear. Even Izuku's own side was frozen. All Might was frozen as well. The fear he felt when he looked at Izuku was huge. It felt like bloodlust was radiating off of him non-stop. It felt worse than All for One. All Might was scared for his life. The warp user snapped out of it and grabbed Shigaraki and warped away in fear. Izuku then just had his clones start detaining all of the villains that were in the area while he himself just watched towards the front. Everyone was silent as he walked up and the staff from UA had arrived right at that moment and were confused about what was going on since they didn't hear any fighting anymore. Aizawa just spoke up. It's over already. We dealt with the threat. All Might was late like always. Aizawa stated. Nezu looked at Aizawa and had a silent conversation and then looked at Izuku. Thank you Izuku for dealing with the villains. Now class, it's time to return to school. We will have medical staff look over you before you are returned to the school and released. Izuku, please stay behind since the police will want your statement the soonest since you were directly involved in the main events. Nezu stated and Izuku nodded his head and just sat down and started to meditate. Aizawa had joined him since he had enjoyed the sessions that he did with his nephew. They helped him calm down and he also found that they helped him get to sleep easier at night. 1. Everyone just looked at the 2 of them like they were crazy. The students didn't know what to think since Izuku had just slaughtered a villain that could easily kill All Might according to the villains. Though they didn't know how true that was. All Might just kept looking at Izuku weirdly. The students were escorted out as well. No student or teacher came out of the event with a wound on them. The clones had arrived at the sites and dealt with the villains quickly and were going to take any blow that would have harmed the students. The worst they got were scrapes and a few bruises. Nezu had already pulled the security footage from inside and was watching it with the detective who had arrived. It was interesting. They saw the start. They saw Izuku send a clone out. They saw the clones fight the villains until the students got separated. They saw how Izuku dealt with the Nomu in a brutal manner. It was ruthless how he dealt with the Nomu, but it didn't matter since it was no longer considered human. Though Nezu could only think of one thing. Dear God Yagis, you are lucky he didn't lose his dream of being a hero, or we would be screwed since this is only a peek into the abilities that he has. Nezu stated in his mind. Nezu knew that it was Izuku that wiped Bakugo's memories and the fact that he could read minds. It just spelled trouble for the world if Izuku ever decided to turn on them. Nezu came out of his thoughts though when Izuku called him over. Nezu, our suspicions were right. They have a spy in UA since the attack happened today. And only a limited number of people knew. I also was able to get a glimpse of the leader's memories and he had one that was about going to meet a mole. Though I don't know who, where, or when. Izuku said. The detective decided to be safe and questioned Izuku, Nezu, and Aizawa if they were the mole, and they all came back clean, which made them all less nervous about the mole situation. Izuku did look through the detective's memories and cleared him as well, which shocked the detective. Did you just look through my memories? How? He asked. Yes, and you don't need to know, Izuku stated and went back to thinking. Nezu, the Nomu was made of several humans. One of my abilities is to see the flow of, let's say, life energy in people in a radius around me. It had several different life energies that didn't belong to each other. Izuku stated. This was a concerning factor that Izuku was bugged about. 1. Nezu tensed up when Izuku said multiple people were combined and had mentioned multiple quirks. Can it be that he isn't dead? Nezu thought. Nezu really didn't want to go down the path but was a bit at ease since if he was alive they still had All Might, the 9th user Lemillion, and they also had Izuku Uchiha. Nezu thought that Izuku was even stronger than Lemillion will ever be even when he has 100% control of One for All. Though Nezu didn't know if Izuku knew everything about One for All. Izuku, do you know everything about the past of One for All and who your father gave it to? Nezu asked. Izuku said what he knew, and he also knew it was Lemillion since he had looked into All Might's memories. At least he didn't give it to a horrible human being this time around, Izuku muttered. Nezu then explained the full history of One for All and All for One. He did this because they might need Izuku's help in the future and he wanted to make sure he knew all of the things about it. Izuku doesn't have a quirk that can be stolen. He is as valuable as the user of the 9th against AFO. Nezu thought. He would need to make plans for the future and decided how to move forward with them all. This was how the attack on the USJ came to an end and how Izuku installed fear into people's hearts of the name Uchiha for the first time. 3rd POV. Izuku had finished talking with the police and was cleared of any wrongdoing since a pro-hero had given their approval for his involvement and the villains had started the attack first without them going to look for danger. As such, he was allowed to return to the school. Aizawa joined him and returned to the school since he wanted to talk to the class people the other students left. He knew that they were going to need to have a talk about what they saw. He also knew that they likely feared Izuku as well since Izuku did not hold back when destroying that creature and Aizawa couldn't blame him one bit for not holding back. He saw the strength and regeneration abilities up close and personal. If what they fear is true then it could have taken All Might on and likely have won. Aizawa was glad that none of his students got harmed or killed physically, but the mental damage is another thing that he needs to worry about now. 2. Izuku. You know a good portion of them might be afraid of you now. They aren't used to the cruelty of the world. They still live in their bubbles of safety at home. This event has helped destroy that false sense of safety, but the cost may be your inclusion in with the rest of them. Aizawa stated. Izuku knew this but didn't care. If they can't get past it and look at me and only me that is under all the coldness, then they aren't needed in my life. I will push forward on my path without them. That sometimes is the path that some people must take in life. Izuku stated while looking out of the window. Izuku wishes that some people would stick by him, but he knows that life is cruel and having that much trust in people is foolish of him. He is still waiting for his uncle to drop the other shoe as well. Aizawa could see it in Izuku's eyes. Even behind the cold outside, Izuku wishes people would stay, and he knew full well that Izuku was waiting for him to leave as well. Aizawa really hated his sister and brother-in-law. They really screwed Izuku's trust up in other people. 2. Soon the car they were in arrived back at the campus and they both walked off towards the classroom. They arrived outside the door and they could hear them talking. They were talking about how Izuku was scarier than the villains. Aizawa was pissed. Izuku just accepted it. They stood there for a few more minutes and were about to enter after listening to more of it until there were objections to the voices. Enough. So what if he is scary? Endeavor is scary. All Might is scary. They can destroy shit as quickly as Uchiha can, and yet I don't hear you calling them scarier than the villains. He helped save us and here you are bashing them. One voice said, and it was Jiro. Then the people that sat with Izuku most of the time started to talk and defend him. Izuku let a small smile go across his face before he got rid of it. 2. They then entered and everyone stopped talking as they saw the teacher and Izuku. Everyone was tense since they just realized that the two of them were outside the door listening to everything that just got said. Some students looked down with shame and guilt while others were happy to see Izuku. Izuku just moved over to his desk and sat down and nodded his head towards his friends. It's weird to think of having friends again, Izuku thought in his mind. Madara just sighed and cursed the Yagis. Aizawa started to talk about the events that happened. All of you have been questioned by the police already, so I can start talking. Yes, That was scary, but it was handled. Though it would have gone better if All Might did his job and shown up like he was meant to from the start. Aizawa said, not holding back on his bashing of All Might. He then talked about what he heard and expressed his disappointments in the students that said it. Aizawa then drilled into some other facts and information of how they have now had a taste of the cruel world where the villains won't care if they kill a hero or other people. Villains on that level don't care if you are only in training. They will kill you if they get a chance. We will look into these villains and try to take them down moving forward, but I suggest you all walk home together as much as you can and don't waste time when going home alone at night. Aizawa said to stress the importance of the fact that villains got bold enough to attack the school itself. Aizawa didn't want to scare them or make them fear walking around, but he needed to stress the fact that villains were getting bolder now in their attacks and that they needed to be more careful. He refused to lose any students that easily because they didn't pay attention when they walked home alone away from the train station. He then wrote his phone number on the board and told them all. If something happens, call me right away and I will come for you. Even if it isn't the same villains from the USJ. If you come under attack from a villain or feel unsafe in some situation and need help, then call me. I will come as soon as possible, Aizawa stated. After a few more things he decided to let everyone go and dismissed them. Izuku stayed in his seat since his uncle would be coming to his home tonight. Aizawa had been staying more and more at the shrine since he enjoyed time with his nephew, and the shrine was bigger as well, which made sure they both had their private space. 2. The so-called emo group all came over to Izuku and had thanked him for saving them during the attack. They asked if he wanted to hang out, but Izuku declined. I'm sorry, but I want to rest after all that. Also, my uncle is coming to my home today and we were planning to cook an hour or so after he is done here since he had to do a lot of paperwork regarding this. So I plan to wait for him, Izuku stated. They accepted this and said they should train later together in the gyms when they had free time, which Izuku did accept. 9. Soon an hour had passed since the release of the school and Aizawa had returned to the classroom. He had finished the paperwork and was ready to go back to the shrine. Izuku just did the body flicker move and transported them to the shrine just like normal since he no longer had to hide his knowledge of that move from other people. The weekend went by and Izuku enjoyed it with his uncle. Aizawa had warned Izuku that the sports festival was coming up. Izuku didn't really need to train to do good since his skills outpaced everyone else, but he did remember how the group had asked him if he wanted to train together. As such, Izuku decided to help them train. Izuku had texted the group since he had their phone numbers and they agreed to train for the upcoming sports festival. That is how they found themselves in the gym one afternoon once they all came back to school. Though today was not a normal day since when everyone had gotten up to go to lunch during the day, they had run into the other classes that were waiting outside their door. These students were talking about how 1A must think they are so good for fighting villains and that they would take them down. Izuku just saw a bunch of kids with egos. Enough. You act so stupidly when you do something like this. You act as if this class asked to be attacked by the villains that were there to kill All Might. Who I might add wasn't on time and didn't show up until it was already over. Izuku stated. Everyone froze at his cold voice. He then moved forward to leave, but one blonde idiot from 1B didn't want to drop the conversation. You act tough and big. I wonder what your quirk is, he said as he touched Izuku. Izuku realized that the kid had to have some sort of information quirk or copy quirk. What? Why can't I copy your quirk? Are you quirkless? He asked, and everyone was shocked at that statement. Oh, if you think I'm powerless, then ask my class what I did at the USJ. Izuku said as he pushed his way through the crowd and walked away. The students looked at Class 1A for answers when Jiro answered. She explained the clones, the high-speed movement, and then the fire breathing that wiped out the main villain that was bio-energized to kill All Might. The last part is claimed by the villains. Ua hasn't confirmed it to us or anyone though, Jiro stated. The other students felt a sense of dread down their spines at the fact that they were trying to piss someone like that off, and the 1B student was shaking and muttering about how that should be impossible and wondering why he couldn't copy the quirk. 18 Soon the rest of the day went by and Izuku was now standing in the gym with the classmates from his so-called emo group. Izuku had his uncle watching their training since it required a staff person. Izuku decided to lend the weight seals to each person and increase the weight until they could move with some challenge. The members of his group were shocked at these seals. Consider it a part of my quirk. My uncle Aizawa also uses these seals as well, so you can trust their safety. If you wish to decrease the weight, then press the mark on the lower half and to raise the upper mark. Izuku stated. They then got to work and practiced their quirks. Izuku kept getting annoyed at Todoroki's lack of his fire quirk. As such, Izuku pulled him off to the side and started to talk to him about it. Todoroki explained how he pledged never to use father's quirk, that he refuses to be like his father. Todoroki explained the details of his past and the abuse he suffered at the hands of his father. He went into detail about how his mother finally broke from the abuse and thought he was his father and threw boiling water on his face, causing him to go slightly blind in one eye. Izuku was just getting more and more pissed with the heroes at the top of the chart. Izuku asked if Todoroki ever went and finished his mother because she could still actually love him. Todoroki was hesitant but said no, he hasn't, since he never considered it as an option. Izuku told him to go before the festival starts. Honestly, Izuku was thinking about using a damn genjutsu on All Might and Endeavor since they were such crappy people. 2. Todoroki, I suggest you talk to Nezu about your father. He will help deal with your father. I know my bastard of a mother and father got off slightly easy, but that is only due to neglect. He's full-on abused you and others and would have to be punished harsher. Society will also be less forgiving since he would be the second hero to be blasted for this, since All Might showed his hand as well. Izuku stated, and Todoroki said he would consider it. As such, they ended the conversation and went back to the training. Izuku helped them increase their situational awareness and dodging abilities by throwing blunted weapons at them with his clones. Izuku just had an evil smirk while he was doing it, and they called him a slave driver by the end of the training. You asked to train together. This is nothing compared to the training I do all the time. I'm wearing 1,000 pounds of weight on me at all times with my seal. Izuku stated, and they paled at that number. The highest amongst them was 100 pounds, and that was Todoroki. Soon the training kept going for the next 2 weeks, and Izuku hasn't been close to any of his other classmates. It has only been the friends from the emo group that still talk to Izuku all of the time. Izuku has grown closer to them as well in return to this fact, and his walls were slightly let down, but he still maintained them. He has also grown much closer to Jiro for unknown reasons to himself. Aizawa just keeps smirking at Izuku whenever he and Shir together, and Madara had made some weird jokes that Izuku never got. This was how the 2 weeks of training after the USJ had gone, and now it was time for the sports festival to begin. Todoroki had come up to Izuku and thanked him for his advice. He had gone and spoken to his mother and had reconnected with her. He's also started to use his fire, but it wasn't anything grand since he was still nervous about it. Izuku just told him that it would take time, but he would get comfortable with it. Remember, it's your power. He decided to use it to harm others for that sole purpose. Use yours to save and protect people while harming villains. Izuku said, and Todoroki smirked a bit and thanked him before walking off. It was now time to start the UA Sports Festival, and Izuku had planned to dominate the entire thing to show the world the strength and power of the Uchiha clan. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop black hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.